Good afternoon. Welcome to the January 23rd CWCB board member. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order at 12:03. And if you would please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments, edits to the agenda? See none. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Second.
Thank you, Director Anderson. Thank you, Director Felt. We have a motion and a second to approve the agenda as written. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please signify by saying nay. Motion carries. Agenda item 2, the minutes from our November 2022 board meeting. Thank you, Director Sakata, for your earlier edits. Are there any further comments or
You
concerns?
got me? Okay.
Oh, thanks, Director Felt. Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes? Thank you, Director Sakata. A second? Director Anderson, thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, please signify by saying nay. Agenda item 3, the consent agenda. Director Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request that in the agenda item. Oh, which one? Oh, sorry. Tenth agenda item 3, the WSRF guideline clarification be removed from the consent agenda.
Sure. We will go ahead and put that agenda item if at the end of today, if that is approved by our fellow board meeting. So it will go slotted in after agenda item 11.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. We have a motion to remove consent agenda item 3 from the consent agenda and move to just below agenda item 11. Okay, is there a second? Thank you, Director Brody. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Motion carries. Okay, we have the board meeting dates as a note for 2023. Yes, Viola. Oh, I'm sorry. I suppose we could do that. Yes. All right, back to agenda item 3. We have a motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Director Felt. Second, Director Anderson. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Motion carries. All right, now to the note on board meeting dates in 2023. Did you have anything on this item, Viola or Director Mitchell? Okay, great. You all in the Yampa White Green Basin in March. We look forward to hosting you there. Noted. Thank you, Director Anderson. Yes, Director Sakata.
Madam Chair, at one time, was it mentioned we're going to meet with the Ag Commission in March? Is that correct?
Yes, we will be. It will be a joint meeting with the Department of Ag at the March meeting.
Thank you.
All right. We will swing down to agenda item 4, director's reports, and welcome Director Gibbs. You're up first with the DNR director's report and IPCC. Nope. Oh. Welcome, Director Greenberg, Commissioner Greenberg, excuse me. Sorry, Director Gibbs, about that. We're really excited to hear you, but just not quite yet. Again, welcome Commissioner Greenberg. Thanks for joining us. It's nice to see you on camera. You have the floor.
Great. Thank you so much, Director Brown, members of the commission and staff. It's great to be with you. I'm not far away this meeting, so I'm looking forward to see everybody tomorrow. I just had a couple of conflicts, so I appreciate you accommodating me. So a big week, of course, for CWCB. I'm very much looking forward to recognizing and celebrating the work of this board and team tomorrow. So just an early kudos and shout out to everything that you all have done and the way in which CWCB staff has integrated my staff at CDA. I can't say enough about how our teams are working together. And I think that is reflected in how agriculture is represented in the water plan. So of course, much more on that tomorrow. A number of updates from us here at CDA. Been a busy few weeks since we last met. Our stock show just ended this weekend. And so lots of time that I spent down there, my staff working at stock show, and of course, folks all across our ag community and their kids here in Denver who have been showing for the last couple of weeks and attending events. So that's been a really exciting thing. And I was privileged enough to spend time with Secretary Vilsack and Governor Polis at the ribbon cutting for the Hydro building, which is the third and final building at the Spur campus down at the Stockyards at that campus down in Denver. And it's just really phenomenal having all of those buildings completed. If you haven't been there yet, I highly encourage it. But of course, Hydro being the water building, I'm sure all you are going to get there sooner or later if you haven't, but excited about that whole campus from an ag perspective, really putting Colorado on the map in a new way when it comes to how we're leading on the future of agriculture. Coming up, I'm very much looking forward to a number of events we have on the horizon. This week I'll be down in the Southwest after Water Congress for the West Slope Food and Farm Forum in Montrose. Director Sakata, looking forward to being with you at Colorado Fruit and Veg Growers Association meeting, as well as the Colorado Ag Forum and the FFA Hall of Fame. So all of that's coming up in just the next few weeks. And then, as was mentioned, we are also gearing up for our joint meeting in Steamboat in March. Director Brown will be sure that you get connected with my board chair, Colleen Pepler, so that you all can work on the agenda and make sure that we're leaning on your expertise as well as we set up our time there. A couple of updates I'm really excited about from within the department. I think I've mentioned over time, we've done some restructuring to both be able to handle our workload and increased funding and program development within the organization, but also bring on more working farmers and ranchers as part of my senior team. So we've been able to do that by bringing on Jordan Beasley as my Deputy of External Affairs and Hollis Glenn as my Deputy Commissioner of Operations. And then what I did, I took one position, created 4 very part-time regional assistant commissioners. Those jobs are built for working farmers and ranchers so that they can stay on the farm or ranch, but then also be part of our team, helping decide where we go strategically, being a liaison between the department and their community and representing our work in the field. So I'm really excited to announce that we've hired our first 2 out of 4 regional commissioners. And you all probably know one, if not both of them. So our first is actually Joe Stanko, who's up in Director Brown's neck of the woods, up in Northwest Colorado. Joe, of course, has a long history in agriculture and livestock production, as well as being a lifelong educator and formerly serving as the chairperson of the state FSA committee. And then our second regional assistant commissioner is George Witten down in Saguache in the San Luis Valley. George was appointed by Governor Polis to my commission, to the Ag Commission 4 years ago. So he won't be serving a second term. He'll be joining us in this new capacity, representing the Valley, and of course, all of his work on supporting the next generation and advancing soil health and climate related work in agriculture. So very excited about having them on board. They start on February 6th. So we'll be working to make sure that they know you and they're out in the community, which they are already, but they'll be wearing an official CDA hat much of the time. So beyond that, we just continue to scale up our resources and staff capacity here. We brought on our first ever ag worker liaison. So we're doing more work to connect our ag employer and ag employee communities, make sure everybody knows the new laws that we are abiding by here in Colorado, and then also finding ways to just advance our work together. That's not something that we were required to do, but we see the need to build that bridge and be part of both communities. We are also doing a lot of work in building our community food access program. We actually created a new unit within our marketing team, which is the division, or excuse me, it's the unit around agricultural development and food systems. So we're really thinking about food systems in a new way, bringing in food access, food equity, our next gen work, as well as our business development to really be investing in the people and the businesses that form the foundation of our ag economy and community here. So those are just a couple of the new positions. We're of course also looking to scale up our Ag Drought and Climate Resilience Office. That's where we're doing a lot of our soil health work, but that's where we'll also be doing more of our resilience planning for the future, and making sure we are taking a proactive approach to supporting ag and climate response, climate resilience, but also how do we help support farmers and ranchers in making a living, developing new market access, our big focus, bringing in those market partners to support producers who are doing going above and beyond on climate work, participating in our STAR program. We want to make sure that when our grants are done, that we've got great market partners out there, and we've got an economy that supports producers in making a living while tackling climate. A couple of items I wanted to mention on eggs. This has been a big focus of ours, of course. Egg prices being what they are, we are still in the middle of almost a year-long response to high path avian influenza, HPAI. Unfortunately, we've lost over 6 million birds in Colorado, over 50 million nationwide. This is the largest outbreak we've ever had. In the beginning of the outbreak last year, our companies were able to backfill their inventory, so consumers really didn't feel the hit at the grocery store. But now with over 46 states and again, over 50 million birds, we're feeling that ripple effect across our inventory nationwide. And so that's where we're seeing the price increase on the consumer end. We know it's hard for folks, and there's really, we're hoping that the data that came out just last few days showing price decreasing in 2023 is going to be the trend. Unfortunately, we're still in our response for high path AI. We don't know when it's going to be done. There's no vaccine. So we're really just kind of riding this one out until it decides it's over. High path AI has coincided with the beginning of Colorado's cage-free law. You may be hearing, kind of folks talking about how cage-free is influencing prices. Well, really, cage-free is, it was a law that came into effect about 2 years ago by the legislature. Industry was at the table from the beginning. And I think our egg industry saw the writing on the wall from consumer demand and decided to start moving in this direction anyway. So cage-free law has actually, we've known, and our producers have known for 2 years that this was coming. January 1, we initiated the first step phase of our regulations. So it's not, Colorado's not yet fully cage-free. January 1, every bird, egg producing bird needs to have at least 1 square foot of space. That's what started this month. In 2 years' time, January 1 of 2025 is when every egg bought or produced or sold in Colorado needs to come from a cage-free, totally cage-free bird. So it just so happened the timing with high path and the beginning of the law happened at the same time. But we have 100% compliance here in Colorado, working very closely with our industry. We know the tough point right now is the impact of high path AI, of course, on our producers, on egg supply, and then consumers are certainly feeling that at the grocery store. I think just in closing, of course, every day we continue to push our WIGs forward, looking for economic opportunity for Colorado farmers and ranchers, really focus on market diversification, advancing voluntary stewardship. We are still just finalizing our negotiations with USDA on that $25 million for climate smart ag, but just so excited to be able to scale up STAR and our climate work across the state. And then of course, supporting our young people in agriculture. We launched a brand new next gen scholarship program at the end of last year. We're asking the legislature to reauthorize our paid apprenticeship program, the Ag Workforce Development Program. And we have initiated a few dozen loans through our new lending program for beginning farmers and ranchers. So really looking at how can we remove or reduce the barriers young people face to entering or building their business in agriculture. And we're trying to do that everywhere from middle and high school education all the way up through early career development and financing. So plenty more going on. That's a snapshot. Again, looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow. And Director Brown, that's the end of my report.
Have your hand up? Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say at the end there? Director Dutton, something? No? We're having some audio, a little bit of audio trouble in here. It's not super easy to hear, so I apologize. I thought you said something addressing Director Dutton. But thank you. Does anyone, including Director Dutton, have any questions for Commissioner Greenberg? Thank you very much and good luck with the avian flu. That has, I know, sounds like a big challenge. Thanks for all your work with that. Everything else. Okay. Director Gibbs, are you ready? All right, we'll move on to DNR. Director Gibbs, you have the floor.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Great to see everyone here in Aurora. Thank you, Commissioner Greenberg, for your updates. It's always great hearing from you, and we collaborate all the time on Department of Agriculture and DNR projects, so it's awesome. It's been a busy few weeks. I'm trying to think, 2 weeks ago was the inauguration where the governor was inaugurated for his second term. So that's for 4 years. And also state reps and state senators were also sworn in. And there's something like, I want to say there's a little over 30 new legislators down at the Capitol. And then last week was the State of the State address. And so that was really great to hear some of the governor's priorities. I'll kind of go over some of those a little bit later, but just thinking of especially his State of the State address, and I think I mentioned to you at our November meeting that the governor intends to really focus on water during his second term. Well, how many of you heard? How many of you heard the State of the State address? Some of you heard it. Guess how many times he mentioned water? You get a prize. I don't know what the prize is quite yet. Okay. Just throw something out. Greg, you look like you want to guess. 17. Okay. All right. I'll just tell you all 24 times. And that really shows the significance, I would say, of looking at priorities in the future. He even called out the Arkansas Valley Conduit as a success story and projects like that. And I really want to thank you all because your fingerprints are on all kinds of like wonderful water projects around the state. And he mentioned also his commitment for getting 100% renewable by 2040, to invest in climate resilience and to help tackle Colorado's housing crisis, as well as to protect the health of Colorado's waterways and water rights. So it was pretty sweet. And then he also mentioned we should all be thinking about the year 2026, and that's when the state of Colorado is celebrating 150-year anniversary. And really, in particular, think about what the state of Colorado will look like in 2026. And I'll mention we had our SMART Act hearings a couple of weeks ago, but a big theme that I always try to project when we talk about the Department of Natural Resources, and that's stewardship. So whether it's on the waterfront, on our public lands, on our parks, and just think about how stewardship plays in to 150-year anniversary. And I can't help but think about my little kids. I know some of you have little kids as well, but what the next 150 years will look like and how we're helping to shape on all different policies within the DNR moving forward. So the governor really had a charge for us to think about that 2026 timeframe and what our state will look like and for our 150-year anniversary. And it goes without saying that when think about moving forward and the governor has 4 more years as a governor. I have some exciting news to announce too, is that the governor asked me to continue to serve as the DNR director. So I'm really excited about that. And of course I accepted, and there's a lot of challenges, but a lot of amazing opportunities. So I just, look back at the last 4 years with, you could look at all the accomplishments of CWCB alone, but let's just focus on, the water plan. That's so significant, over the last 4 years, and frankly, over the last 7 years, all the work that CDBCB has done to get us to the point of really, the future of water. We've created new state parks. We have new oil and gas rules and regs. We're working on bringing species back to Colorado with the wolf reintroduction. There's just a long list of stuff that we can look back that we're really working hard on. But then looking forward, there's so much going on as well. I mentioned the water plan launch. Before I really go into more significant updates, I just want to mention and recognize, CDBCB staff, or you as board members, Basin Roundtables, IBCC, all the partners that really got to this point. So let's give everyone a round of applause. That's all right. And I know Becky will talk a little bit more about the upcoming party and stuff coming up, so I won't elaborate on that. But thinking of Becky, just a few months ago too, sometimes people say like they survived the CRUA conference, right? But I want to say Becky and her team really were amazing, and they were shining throughout the whole conference. I had numerous emails and calls of people saying it's amazing what the Colorado River team has, and so I want to give a special thanks to Becky, to Amy, to Lane, Kevin, the whole Colorado River team. So let's give all them a round of applause. Because it's pretty, I wasn't able to be there, but I followed through, social media, and I made a lot of calls and was chatting with a lot of folks, but it's pretty awesome to see kind of how Colorado was projected in terms of we're really working to solve problems and not just kicking our challenges down the stream, if you will, but really recognizing that the challenges in front of us. And I just appreciate you, Becky, for being the lead on that. Let's see here. I want to give a shout out to Kevin's dam safety team. And my AD on water, Kelly, brought a really cool story to me. And you all may remember approving funding for DWR's comprehensive dam safety evaluation project. That was a match with the FEMA dollars. And that project allows DWR to be more precisely model flow and dam safety requirements to some of our smaller and aging dam sites. Well, it's my understanding that the town of Oak Creek, which I think Madam Chair lives right outside of that, and they rely on within Routt County, relies on the Sheriff's Reservoir for its drinking water, but it was facing a need of about $14 million of improvements to dam safety requirements. And that's a huge heavy lift for a small community. It's my understanding, Kevin, that John and Dana from your team were really involved with this, applied and helped with a comprehensive dam safety evaluation tool. It defined the need for a much smaller and more affordable spillway. So this redesign will help make the project more attainable for the town of Oak Creek, and it shows how staff can work to solve problems for the communities that we serve through innovation. So I just want to thank, Kevin, you and your team, but also CDBCB. It's just a great kind of cross section of like feds and all of us working together to solve problems, especially for a small community. So thank you. I thought that was really cool to see. I want to give you all an update on my staffing. So I recently hired a new legislative director, and her name is Daphne Gervais. Daphne previously worked, I'm sorry, Greg, but she previously worked for Colorado Counties Incorporated. And I got to know her when she was working on a couple different bills last year. And I thought she really handled some really difficult subjects, was able to grasp the concepts, was able to have great working relationships with legislators and get the job done for CCI. And really exciting to have her on staff. She's really hit the ground running. Greg, you want to add anything about Daphne?
I worked with her on the fire suppression ponds bill last year, and she went into that knowing next to nothing about Colorado water law and stuff, because CCI normally stays away from water issues, but they took that one on, and it was just phenomenal to see over the course of 3 months how much she learned. I was learning stuff from her regularly. So I think it's a great hire, Dan, and I'm really glad you did it.
Yeah, no, thanks, Greg. So she's on staff now, busy at the state capitol. We also hired a new assistant director for energy innovation, and that's Aaron Ray. So Aaron starts on February 6th. He has been working as associate director for energy, environment, and transportation at NCSL, the National Conference for State Legislators. And then before that, he worked for OSPB. So he kind of had oversight over a lot of natural resources issues. But Aaron will be, I can't wait till he can start. And then also finally, we're hoping to post our tribal liaison position over the next week or so, and that will be really important. You know, everything that we do in the DNR, there's a tie-in to our indigenous lands, obviously. And so there are a few other departments that have that position, and really excited that the governor has agreed that that is an important position for the DNR to have. Some of you have also been following the Parks and Wildlife Director position that was open. It actually closed January 18th. And so we had quite a few different applicants apply from all over the country, and a strong pool of folks from here in Colorado. So the process for filling that role is a joint decision working with Parks and Wildlife Commission and myself. So we'll get started with the interview process here shortly. And then also some of you have worked with Angela Bogue in the past. She's my assistant director on climate change and forestry. And I have some great, exciting news for her. Just last week, she welcomed into the world a new baby girl named Quinn May Aaronsberg. And so really excited for her and her family. This is her first baby, and she's doing really well. So really excited for them. Next, I want to go over, I'll try to speed up a little bit, some of the budget. The governor submitted a supplemental 2023-2004 budget request to the JBC on January 3rd. The budget amendment included additional $12.6 million general fund to match the $12.6 available through sports betting revenue for water plan grants, which is a total of $25.2 million. So in recent years, we've seen how this is nearly a 400% return on investment for water plan grants. So in 2021 alone, $25 million in water plan grants were leveraged for $100 million worth of projects. So that's pretty amazing to see. And then as the Colorado River challenges become more critical, I'm definitely very grateful for the governor's commitment to staffing up our Colorado River team and his 1.9 million and 14 FTE budget proposal that was announced last November, but we already talked about that. And thanks for the folks that reached out to me with some of the questions on the budget as well as a supplemental. If any of you, I'm planning on being here all day today and tomorrow, so if any of you want to chat about any of that, and then also if there's anything very technical, I can always bring in Daphne, who helps oversee all the stuff at the Capitol. But Kelly Romero Heaney will also be here. There she is. Okay. So you can call on all of us if we want to chat more about any of the budget stuff. Legislative update, legislation's in full swing. There's 100 legislators. You can introduce 5 bills. And already there's about 300 bills that have already been introduced. And so Speaker McCluskey and other legislators have made clear also that water will be a top priority. So that's really awesome to see. The DNR, we're initiating legislation related to stream restoration and the division DWR and the technical fix as well as our annual legislation on the Species Conservation Trust Fund and the Water Projects bill. So that's kind of our key bills that we have moving before you. But if you have any questions regarding any of these bills, reach out to any of us over the next few days on any of that. Over the last few weeks, we had our SMART Act hearing, and just thinking of the legislators' interest in water, they in particular wanted Kevin and Becky to go over in a lot of detail aspects of compact compliance as well as everything Colorado River. Thank you, you two. You were so awesome, and heard nothing but really positive feedback from legislators. And it's really important, especially as I mentioned, there's over 30 new legislators. So hearing from you all is just really important. Next, I want to share with you IBCC updates. Since we last met, we have not had IBCC meeting, but the last one we had was October 25th in Winter Park. At that meeting, we welcome Ernest House Jr. He's the new governor appointee for that. IBCC discussed a range of things, including creative solutions to building capacity in each basin, a conversation that's built off of things that we've discussed in the past, but really making sure that each basin is well positioned for state and federal funds. And then we also had a good conversation about what to plan for next year. Our next IBCC meeting is going to be held February 15th at the CSU Spur Center in Denver. And we're just finalizing the agenda on that. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I know there's a lot of updates, but I'm also planning on being here, all day today and tomorrow. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director Gibbs? All right, Director Mitchell, go right ahead. You have the floor.
Sorry. I was just saying, I was joking with Director Ryan that I keep saying, this is the most intense week of the year. This is the hardest week of the year. And I feel like I'm saying that every couple weeks or so, but this is really the kickoff of 2023 when you think about the intensity that we have coming up in front of us. And a board meeting right before our annual, or right before the annual Water Congress is just really shows how hard we are going to have to push this year. And so I think we set the pace this week, and I'm confident the pace is going to be set appropriatly. That being said, there's some changes in CWCB, and so I want to highlight the good stuff. I think you all know that we're really focusing on shifting the way that we do things and making sure that we have on the ground help in all the corners of the state. And one of the things I'm most proud of is the movement to do that and really have representation, not just in Denver for the people of the state, but in the four corners of the state. So we've talked about this a bit, but I want to make sure to highlight the people that are involved in that. So the regional water plan grant managers are Ashley Garrison in the Colorado Gunnison, Yampa, White, and Green Basin, Jackie Doust in the South Platte Metro and North Platte, Laura Span in the Southwest and Rio Grande, and Lauren Duncan in the Arkansas Basin. We also have a water plan grant administrator, Dean Johnson, that's new on board with us. And I hope what we see in 2023 is CWCB's evolving and really focusing on that, on the groundwork and really pushing forward the implementation that's been so important since the first water plan and now the second water plan, and hopefully many more evolution of that. Also, in terms of other new folks in the watershed and flood protection section, there's they have hired their 8th member, and this section's pleased to welcome Melanie Swick to its ranks, and that's a newly created position that is going to work with Doug Mahan on administering the National Flood Insurance Program in the state of Colorado. It's a newly authorized position, and I think it's important to recognize, how things are funded. It's not just state funds, but oftentimes we're working with other governmental agencies. And this position, just so that folks are aware, is 75% funded by FEMA and then 25% by CWCB. And I think those collaborations, not just on the funding side of things, but the collaboration on the work is incredibly important going into the future. Also, Team Finance has a new person, Mimi Winter. She's a loan program accountant and she replaced Wendy Cheek. She's extremely knowledgeable on the core accounting system. So you may be seeing her around a little bit. And you know, the CWCB is such a, I think, interesting agency. I might be slightly partial, but I think what I've seen in these new hires is pretty interesting people that want to work for departments that are doing good work. And I think you'll see their passion in everything that they do. And it's just something I'm incredibly proud of. Speaking of being proud, the water plan finalization is really, I think, the highlight of this week for me specifically. You know, in the director's report, it was interesting. I'm sure Russ wrote this, but it says the section has been working over the last couple months and through the holidays to consolidate and incorporate all edits. And I thought that is the funniest thing I've ever heard, because I know it's not just been the last couple months. The water plan really kicked off when the first water plan was finalized in 2015. And so when we talk about working over holidays and weekends, I think that's been happening for years, not just these last couple months. And so in order to celebrate that, I think you all know that there, and you best be there. There's a celebration tomorrow evening. If you don't know where that is, get on our website and get signed up. I think there's an Evite link on the website. So that being said, you heard Director Gibbs talk about the pride in the agency, and this is one of the things I couldn't be more proud of. You all know I worked on the first water plan, and that was definitely what I would consider a passion project. And I think this water plan is no less than that for the people that have been working on it on the day-to-day. And so it's an opportunity to, these celebrations are an opportunity, well, to start the next one, but also to really honor the work that's gone into it, not just by the staff, but by the board, by the people on the ground, by the leadership that has been supportive through the process, the consultant team, everyone that has put something into this. I think it's incredibly important to say, okay, let's celebrate it, and now we get started with the next one. So also in terms of the hard work that the staff is doing, there's a turf replacement program that staff have been developing. And this program really focuses to support existing turf replacement programs, and then also look at parts of Colorado where no such program exists. We anticipate that the first round of program funds will be available in April of 2023, following an application and contracting process. And then there'll be the potential for additional funding that could be used in the fall of 2024. So I'm extremely proud of that work too. And I think Colorado is constantly showing we are doing better because we can do better. And I think that's a perfect example of that. Also, you're usually familiar that with this week, with the Water Congress, there's generally an in-stream flow workshop every year. This year, the CWCB will be, the Stream and Lake Protection section will host their annual workshop virtually, and really just a reminder of what that is, especially for folks that have forgotten or have not been a party to those. It's really where folks can come and provide the state and federal agencies the opportunity, and other interested parties, the opportunity to recommend certain stream reaches or natural lakes for inclusion into our in-stream flow program. And so those entities make those recommendations, and we take those into account. And there is also some presentation of preliminary data in support of their recommendation. I find these some of the most interesting things interesting workshops to learn about what's happening across the state and the parties that see what's important. And oftentimes these are the parties that are on the ground. If you know the folks that do this, they're getting out to remote areas and saying this is an important and valuable resource. And really, when these suggestions are made, it's folks saying that these are valuable to them and it's valuable to the state of Colorado. So incredibly interesting as usual. Then so you can get on our website and look up that if you need anything on that. In terms of other news, I think this is incredibly exciting, but the Durango radar is headed to construction. That's huge. And Director Dutton will tell you about the void in the Rio Grande, and Durango is about to and getting rid of that, the data void. And we're about to have progress in the Durango area for the void that was there. So this is the long awaited weather radar for the Four Corners area, and it's supposed to be online sometime in 2023. The vendor's been contracted and hopefully winter doesn't recede too soon down there, but construction will occur once winter recedes a bit. So let's pray for it not receding until August. But so there, I think when we think about the impacts following the 416 fire in 2018, really the importance of the need for a radar was shown so explicitly at that point. In terms of the basin states and where we are on some of the Colorado River issues, I think I want to give a brief update. We have multiple agenda items where we get to discuss this today, but just a brief update from the commissioner level. The basin states, federal government, and tribal nations have been working collaboratively and tirelessly to identify potential points of consensus on short-term actions to protect both Lake Powell and Lake Mead. We're up against somewhat of a self-inflicted deadline of January 31st to put something forward. I don't want to comment too directly on the ongoing negotiations, but I will say that we're all at the table working towards good faith solutions. I continue, and I want to make sure that this is extremely clear. I continue to believe strongly that the lower division states must take action immediately to reduce their demands out of Lake Mead. Any action that we take in the upper basin is ineffective if reclamation releases our conserved water from Lake Powell down to Lake Mead and straight through to lower basin water users to support their ongoing and unsustainable overuse. Thank you. I got one fan in the room. So I think it's important, and I want to touch on this. We in the upper basin developed our 5-point plan, and a part of that included system conservation pilot program. This was with the understanding and on faith that the lower basin would do their part to develop a plan. This is something that we must keep in mind. So we are moving forward on our commitments, but I think that it's important to recognize those commitments and that work alone mean nothing if the lower basin, if the use is in continuation with how it has been. And so I need us to be thinking about that as we look at these programs. While the RFP on the System Conservation Pilot Program went out by the UCRC, I think it's important that we as a state think about what our participation would look like in a program like that. And what must occur before we participate. And so I say the comments about the lower basin doing their part, and I believe they have intention to come to the table. These are hard decisions for them, but they must do something. They must do something. And so I'm hoping they will do the right thing. I think we'll see some things hopefully by the end of this month or next month that will help make a decision on what participation looks like. So, that being said, I want to touch on a couple things. And I know I'm pushing on the time limit also, but Director Gibbs talked about the governor's state of the state and the statement of water in the state of the state 24 times. There is no more important industry that for water than agriculture and vice versa. Agriculture needs water and water needs agriculture, and we all need each other. And so I want to make sure that folks also hear that when I am doing this work, when the staff is doing the work that we're doing through the CWCB, that agriculture is at the forefront. Not just the work that the CWCB is doing, but the work that we're doing on the Colorado River. And it is part of our Colorado way of life. And just because we don't get in the double digits of cuttings of any forage grasses or anything like that, that doesn't make us less than in the upper basin. The importance of agriculture, whether it's your fruit and vegetables that Robert Sakata will, I'm sure, start bringing to our meetings, or forage crops for animals that some folks eat into the future. It doesn't really matter what we are growing, but what it does matter is that so much of agriculture is who we are in Colorado. And so I want folks to hear that that is important to me. And I think it's important to the state of Colorado. So thank you. So when the governor was talking about water, I want you to know that's part of what we are talking about all the time. And so when I think about how the first water plan came about and where we are with the second water plan, so much of that was about protecting Colorado's way of life. So thank you. In terms of other changes, there's always sad moments, and I'm thinking about our next board meeting, and there may be some different faces up here, and so this may be there may be some changes. That being said, I want to a recent change is that as we all know, folks have different things to deal with at different times, and we get on these boards and really focus on the leadership on statewide issues, and so but sometimes things happen that put us in a place where we have to evaluate whether that we can still put as much time and effort as needed. So with that being said, it's one of the few changes that's coming, but we'll be looking for to say goodbye to our friends, a few of them, and hello to some new folks from the Southwest Basin, the North Platte Basin, and the Rio Grande Basin and the Arkansas Basin, but sometimes we can keep old people too. So, but that being said, I just want to take this moment to thank all of the board for the effort that they put. This isn't easy work. When you sit up here, you're not representing yourself. You're not just representing your basin, but you're representing the state. And as we move forward in 2023, I hope that the board remembers that it's our duty to be thinking of the entire state. And I hope the people that we were working with on the ground remember that it's our duty to be thinking about the entire state, the entire basin, not just our jobs, not just our boards, but the entirety of it all. And so I'm really proud to be a part of this board, and I'm proud to sit up here with the people that I sit up here with. and the discussions are difficult, but they're also some of the most important discussions in the state. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Mitchell, Director / Commissioner Mitchell. We will move to the state engineer's report, and State Engineer Ryan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the board. I want to start by going back to the SMART Act hearing again. And Director Gibbs, I want to thank you, first of all, for the way you portrayed DNR in that hearing. And further, thank you. You talked about the whole Colorado River team. And when I hear my name in that, to me, it's a privilege to be part of that group. I want to further thank you also for yielding time to Becky and me to talk about compacts and compact compliance. I think it was a good discussion. And lastly, I'll thank you for not saying something that I think needs to be said, and I want to say it. And that is Director Mitchell in that hearing. The one aspect of that I don't think we talked about was her passion. And if you were there, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But if you did not catch on to Director Mitchell's passion for Colorado River issues in that meeting, you just were asleep. And like I said, if you're there, and we had, I think, nearly all members of the Joint Ag Committee there. And so it was good for them to hear. And I want to further say, Director Mitchell, that you and I did get to update the Joint Ag Committee on aspects of all compacts, but especially the Colorado. And I think it was very clear to them the way that you and I worked together. We were able to complement each other's knowledge and information on the compacts and reinforce each other's points. I think another feature of that is that it was very clear to them that DNR's two directors in water were very much on the same page and very much in a cooperative state. So thank you for that, Director Mitchell. And I'm just going to continue to go down on some small items here. Director Gibbs again, Daphne Gervais, I worked with her last year and she's already just caught on, she's hit the ground running. So thank you for that. Measurement rules, Director Brown and all of you, really, we continue. I update you incrementally each meeting, and those have been filed in court. We've gotten what are called statements of opposition. They're not all opposing, but we have information from water users, and we're going to continue to work through that. I'm very confident that we'll be able to work things out and hopefully soon have measurement rules in Division 6. South Platte River, South Platte Compact, Director Sakata, is something of interest to people in your basin. And as always, the one thing I need to report is that we only know what they tell us, and that just comes out in bits and pieces. But I can tell you a couple things that Nebraska did issue their consultants report, which to me, among other things, is something of a yield analysis. And it goes more toward feasibility. And they still need to make an appropriation, a sizable appropriation from their legislature to continue. But they are, as they say, they're continuing with land acquisition efforts and design efforts. I will lastly tell you that I did receive a request from Nebraska in December, and that was to administer, as they say, which means curtail water rights in Colorado for the benefit of the non-irrigation season flow to Nebraska. And I've told you in the past that we've been in full compliance in the compact. We always have been. And so I had to decline to administer water rights as they asked. But we continue on learning more as we can. Southern High Plains, another corner of the state. You may know in the past that we've had many water users down there that are concerned about issuance of well permits. And I was thinking I was going to be able to tell you today about a meeting that occurred last week where we have allowed the water users to come together into a forum and decide what they want to do with their over appropriation that they would like to see for that basin. Unfortunately, the storm kept that meeting from happening. It's going to happen maybe in another week or two, couple weeks. But again, we continue to work with those water users in the Southern High Plains to make sure that people are allowed to appropriate water as they're legally allowed. But if they want to change the status of their basin, they can do that too. And I just want to go off on a tangent really quick that it's this idea of over appropriation has such a different meaning as we go to different parts of the state. We talk about the influences compacts could have on over appropriation or how over appropriation could influence compacts. And it's really suddenly a very complex discussion, and over appropriation is not as simple as we always think. I want to mention about a week and a half ago, I got to present information, as did others from CWCB and CDPHE, on demystifying Colorado water, held by Water Education Colorado and the Colorado Water Congress for our legislators, and to a large degree new legislators. And it was very gratifying to me that we did have such good attendance. I forget the number, there may have been 20 some legislators there, and that's really good attendance, as busy as they were that day. So I guess through this, I'll thank those legislators, but Kelly Romero Heaney and Daphne Gervais were very much involved in coordinating that and getting the right people to speak. That went well. My last item, I just have the unhappy task of announcing a retirement from the Division of Water Resources. After 27, I believe, very productive years of helping guide the administration of water in Colorado, Mike Sullivan will be retiring on February 28th. And when you have someone at that level retiring, it's a big impact. If you know Mike at all, you really understand what a big impact that is. And I'm going to miss him a lot. I would like to say a lot about Mike, but instead of doing that, I'm going to be very practical, and I'm going to start recruiting for his position right now. And so just the job description, in case any of you are interested in applying for the job, this is the job description. Must be passionate about water administration, engineering, and water law. Must know how pretty much everything works. Must spend time with Colorado's water users, thoroughly understanding their uses, their needs, and their concerns to help develop thoughtful solutions. Must be able to work with a state engineer to make him or her successful. Cannot have an ego. Must be able to participate in a virtual meeting while simultaneously looking up records in 2 different databases and cross-referencing them and analyzing them so that you can guide the discussion accordingly. Must remember a detail from a discussion 10 years ago that was inconsequential at the time so that you can recall it today when it is relevant and apply it constructively in a discussion. And last, and you need to do all this with good form. Lastly, one of my favorite terms, as many of you know, good form. But lastly, must be willing to recognize the importance of your family and know that it's time to retire, even though you are in such an integral piece of water administration in Colorado. So feel free to apply if you think you meet any of those. And I just want to thank Mike Sullivan. And then just a quick disclaimer, so I don't get in trouble with our HR group. That's not the real job description. There'll be another one coming out. But thank you very much. And Madam Chair, that is my report.
Thank you, State Engineer Ryan. That was lovely. And cheers to Mike. We will move on to the Division of Parks and Wildlife. I assume that will be
Yes.
Robert. Okay, thanks, Rob.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Rob Harris, Water Resources Section Manager at Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Acting Director Dugan sends her regrets that she can't be with us here today. So I'll be giving this report. So yeah, lots of things to go through today. On January 3rd, CPW rolled out the new Keep Colorado Wild Pass statewide. Hopefully you've gotten a card in your mail and have heard about this. This is about incorporating a state parks pass in your annual vehicle registration. I've already gotten to renew mine in January, so I'm looking forward to using my pass this year. But you can also get these passes at DMV kiosks, offices, and online. And there is an opt-out. You know, everybody has the choice. So yeah, it's a great way to support our great outdoors and wildlife. And, we also hope this is going to be a great new source of revenue for the agency. Let's see, and on December 9th, this is moving on to the wolf plan. We presented our draft Colorado Wolf Restoration and Management Plan to the Parks and Wildlife Commission. And the primary goal of the plan is to identify the steps needed to recover and maintain a viable self-sustaining wolf population in Colorado, while concurrently working to minimize wolf-related conflicts with domestic animals, other wildlife, and people. And the public can comment on the draft plan. It's online, and there are public meetings going on throughout Colorado through, I believe, February 22nd. And the real details of that are available on our website or engagecpw.org. And then next, maybe folks have seen in the media that there's been the discovery of zebra mussels at Highline Lake State Park outside of Grand Junction. And we're, initiating a treatment process there with the goal of eliminating the zebra mussels that we found there. This is the only known current zebra mussel infestation in Colorado. So we're starting off with lowering the water level there. And then once water levels are low enough, we're going to engage in 2 treatments of a molluscicide. And, standing back, I mean, this is just an important reminder of how, really prevention is the best defense against invasives. Yes, there are things like this we can do, but, and we really all play a role in that. Anybody who's an angler, who has a boat, anybody who is a gardener or even a pet owner, we've found some of these invasives in pet stores and aquarium products. So really, we've got some, CPW does a lot of work of decontamination work too, but everybody can contribute, and we've got a great website for that. So again, I direct folks to learn more about how they can pitch in there. And then another one exciting bit of news is last week, Acting Director Dugan approved the designation of gold medal water status for 12.6 miles of the Gunnison River and 20.2 miles of the Taylor River below Taylor Park Dam. And a significant percentage of these stream miles are publicly accessible. And really, this is a designation that's reserved for the most productive fisheries in the state. So, biomass being at least 60 pounds per acre, and, having large numbers of trout above 14 inches. This reach really blows those 2 metrics out of the water, I think, as a lot of folks know. And of course, this is a very developed reach of these rivers, and this designation is really a success story that's grown out of the 1975 Taylor Park Exchange between the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association, Upper Gunnison Water Conservancy District, Colorado River District, and since that time, more recently, we've had partners including CWCB, but also Trout Unlimited, City of Gunnison, and many other landowners and other partners who really built upon these efforts on flow improvement projects or on stream restoration projects, with the goal of conserving this reach. And so last week, the Parks and Wildlife Commission got a great presentation from some of my CPW colleagues. It's on our website. Definitely encourage folks to check it out. It's about 20 minutes, and it really, shows the neat work and the value of the reach that's been done there. And it's just a great example of how water users, conservation, and governmental interests, can really work together to protect and benefit our fishing resources while still allowing and promoting water development. So very cool story there. And then I just want to close, with a word of congratulations to CWCB staff on the water plan, particularly Russ and Kat, and just thank you for the dialogue that we've had over the last probably more than a year on that, and just really appreciate your attention. And one of the many strengths of the plan is the agency action areas, and CPW is named in several of those, and we look forward to getting to work on those with you all. So with that, I'll conclude my report.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to Water Resource and Power Development Authority. I believe we have Jim Griffiths on line. Hello. You have the floor.
Thank you. I'm filling in for Keith McLaughlin this afternoon. Keith is over at the Capitol testifying on our projects list. He sends his regrets. Just a couple of brief things. As 2022 concludes, we made 35 loans for our drinking water and wastewater treatment projects around the state. We project that we'll make about 40 to 45 loans in 2023. So we're looking forward to a busy 2023. We will be looking at several lead line replacement projects around the state. We've made one lead loan so far out of the BIL funds, and we look to make 2 or 3 more in 2023. We do have technical assistance funds for communities that have or want to know if they have lead service lines. So want to mention that. We also have funds for PFAS, and we look to make 1 or 2 loans for PFAS treatment in 2023 as well. We will have a booth at the Colorado Water Congress Convention later this week, so please stop by. And really, that concludes my report. Keith's written report is in your packet, and it's filled with a few more details. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very short but sweet. Thanks. We appreciate you coming online. All right, that leads us to our afternoon break. But before we go, I just want to welcome Attorney General Weiser. Thank you for joining us today. And you're on deck after the break. So what? There's been a new change? Yeah. Never mind. Okay, we'll see y'all back here in a short schedule. Good job. So we'll be back here at 1:25.
Recording in progress.
Okay, welcome back from break. We are on agenda item 5, Attorney General's report, legal briefing and executive session. Before we start our recording, we'll also have public comment. But before that, you have the floor. Attorney General Weiser, thank you for being here.
It's great to be here, Madam Chair, members of the board and members of the public. There are 3 items that I thought I might touch on briefly, all involving litigation. The first, I believe, is now in the rear view mirror. It goes by the name Save the Colorado and was what I would refer to as a very creative legal theory that would have caused a lot of difficulty and mischief. And we have now prevailed. And then remind me, the court, was that in the 10th Circuit or the district court still? What's that? I'm not sure. All right. Someone will let me know which circuit or federal district court in Arizona. So there's still a risk of an appeal to the 9th Circuit. I'll ask, phone a friend, is the time for an appeal still pending? So we may hear more about this case, but we won a clean victory at the federal district court, and we'll see whether it makes its way to the circuit court, which would be the 9th Circuit. Speaking of the 9th Circuit, there's a case from the 9th Circuit on certiorari to the United States Supreme Court involving the Navajo Nation, and in our minds here in Colorado, a question about the law of the river. As you all know, and as we will continue to discuss, work through, and reflect on, it is very important that the Colorado River, which has been referred to as the most litigated and regulated river anywhere, be subject to one, oversight by the U.S. Supreme Court, whose jurisdiction is exclusive. It is our view that exclusive jurisdiction is a jurisdictional bar, as lawyers would put it, to any collateral litigation that could lead to efforts to appropriate water that is within the Colorado River. That issue is now before the U.S. Supreme Court. We have briefed the issue and made plain our position. The arguments in that case will be in March and it will be decided in June. We believe deeply in this principle of the exclusive nature of the law of the river to be overseen by the U.S. Supreme Court, which has retained exclusive jurisdiction. And third, in the Colorado Supreme Court, many people here have been following the Hill v. Warsaw case, where the Colorado Supreme Court has agreed to take certiorari in that case. For those unfamiliar with it, you can ask Greg Felt for a deep background. This is involving a claim by an individual that he has the right, effectively on behalf of the state, to declare, in this case, the Arkansas, a river that is fully public access, and that would, in effect, take away the private rights that the state has allowed landowners to continue to possess. The legal position of the state has long been that only the state can decide whether or not a river has full public access, and is one that we would take the position was navigable at statehood. The legislature is free to reconsider the position. Greg was involved in a thorny effort probably 14 years ago that involved discussion with Dan. That legislative process left the status quo where it is. Our legal position is if anyone's going to change the status quo, it should be the political branches, not the courts, and certainly not the behest of an individual, not acting on behalf of the state as a whole. So that issue about, call it who gets to decide, is before the Colorado Supreme Court. That will be heard this spring, and it will decide thereafter. So those were the three cases that I wanted to give you updates on. Happy to chat about anything else on your mind. I will be giving a longer talk at the Colorado Water Congress, as I know our executive director will be as well in a couple days.
Thank you. Any questions for Attorney General Phil Weiser? Okay, then we will go forward with public comment. I believe our public comment today is virtual, unless there's anyone in the room first that would like to have the opportunity for public comment. No? Okay. Mr. Millard, I believe you are unmuted and you have the floor.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
My name's Ed Millard. I'm a water rights and property owner in southwestern Colorado. I was listening to a conference at the University of Arizona in December 5th, and someone, probably Jason Robeson, mentioned a Supreme Court case that might overturn Winters, which is the whole basis for tribal water rights. I was shocked, but I didn't have time to track it down. December 20th, I read a tweet from a tribal lawyer that was pointing to the briefs in the case, which included the Colorado brief that Attorney General Weiser just mentioned. Over the holidays, I started reading them. I'm going to read 3 short excerpts from them to show you why I was suddenly very concerned. The first, the requested relief goes far beyond considering whether the Navajo Nation needs water. It would also require the Secretary to operate the mainstream in a manner that ensures the Navajo Nation receives whatever water the Secretary might determine the Navajo Nation needs. As Attorney General Weiser said, it's pretty as problematic as the Supreme Court and the Congress have been in resolving these rights. It would be much worse if a political appointee were compelled to do so unilaterally and much quicker. The second quote, for all water users governed by the law of the river, including Colorado's 2 recognized Indian tribes, significant uncertainty or disruption in the distribution of compact apportionments that would flow from the decision below threatens established water rights in all of the basin states. And finally, permitting the piecemeal adjudication of rights to the mainstream as the decision below allows creates both immediate and long-term disruptions to the coordinated management of the Colorado River. There is no reason to inflict these harms on our river system or a stretch beyond its capacity. And then I want to build on some comments by persons from the 10 Tribes leadership team about this decision and water rights in general. This was, I think, at the CRUA Water and Tribes panel. Jane Weiner, who's attorney for 2 of the tribes and on the 10 Tribes leadership team. That means that farmers, cities, and other non-tribal water users have been using water for free that rightfully belongs to a tribe and that has gone unrecognized. Jason Robeson, University of Wyoming, it's a regional challenge. We don't know how much additional water use might be authorized under these unrecognized tribal water rights. These are unquantified rights in the Ninth Circuit case. And then Jay Weiner again, the implications of that are stark. Some people in the West are going to have to get by with using less or even no water from the Colorado River. There's some irony in this because the tribes have been making the case that many homes are without running water, and this is certainly a problem that should be addressed. But in the process of addressing it, they seem to be saying that many homes that are not on the Navajo Nation or tribal nations would be deprived of their water rights and probably without water in their home. And this is certainly concerning to me. I was shocked by this case for 3 reasons. I'd never heard of it before, and I follow Colorado River issues closely. It further proves something I'd learned at my last Southwest Basin Roundtable meeting. To my regret, tribal water rights in Colorado and especially Southwest operate under Fight Club rules. The first rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club. I was told at my last roundtable meeting that these are sensitive issues and people like me were not allowed or supposed to be talking about them. If you live very long in Southwest, you know we are in fact not allowed to talk about tribal issues in our roundtable or pretty much anywhere else. At this point, with this opinion, it appears that these rights are potentially going to impact the water rights of many people in all of Colorado. And my first ask is that the AG and the CWCB try to do education and outreach and discuss this case with stakeholders, roundtables, et cetera, so that we're aware of what the possible implications are of the three different outcomes of this case before it actually happens and we start facing these impacts. At that roundtable meeting, it was the last one before I was fired, I was trying to defend a policy from the 2015 water plan that was written by Southwestern Water Conservation District. I didn't write it. It read, the roundtable recognizes the downstream challenges faced by water users in Southwest Colorado due to continued development and pressures from users in states of New Mexico, Utah, Arizona, and the lower basin. Protect interests in Southwest Colorado while complying with existing compacting obligations. The entitlement to portions of Colorado River flows from New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona may be based on deliveries from Southwest Colorado. This policy hits on exactly the same issues that are covered in the Ninth Circuit opinion. I was reviled and I was fired over this, and I was actually just doing my job, and I really don't understand it at this point. Finally, this hits on an issue, concerns that I had going back to 2020 and 2021. I've asked CWCB repeatedly that establish with our Attorney General a clear wall between Colorado's directors and commissioners and the 10 tribes leadership team and tribes in other states like the Navajo Nation who are working to expand their compact entitlement and use at our expense. This was not a financial conflict of interest concern, it was one of fiduciary duty. So again, I ask that the CWCB and AG address this issue and try to make sure that there's clean division. The Colorado River is a zero-sum game, and it's not appropriate for people to be playing multiple hands at that contentious table. There's a much longer description of this. I've provided written form with references and so forth, but I think I'll leave it here for now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jen, would you like to do the spiel, as we call it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we're ready, we now need a vote to go into executive session. During executive session, we will consider agenda items 6A through 6C. This executive session is authorized pursuant to sections 24-6402 3A2 and 3 of the Colorado Revised Statute. Are ready for a motion?
Director Anderson? Thank you. Is there a second? Director Brody, thank you for the second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Motion carries. Thank you. Yep, we'll take a brief to give the report from executive session?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is Jen Mealy. This is the report from executive session. The board went into executive session to consider agenda items 6A through 6C. The discussion during the executive session was limited to those items and no formal action was taken. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will move to agenda item 8, Colorado River updates. Welcome, Amy and Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, this is Amy Ostick, Section Chief of the Interstate Federal and Water Information Section, and I will be joined with Michelle Garrison. And Michelle's going to start us off with a review of the hydrology on the Colorado River and a few other technical updates. And then I will be covering some updates regarding implementation of the 5-point plan and some other ongoing discussions that are taking place among the basin states. So with that, I will turn it over to Michelle and I will be back.
Thanks, Amy. Good afternoon. Michelle Garrison, CWCB staff. For the record, I'll be going over some quick updates on Colorado River hydrology. Just a reminder, this is the time of year when we obsess over the snowpack and what it looks like. So that's what we'll be talking about, how that affects runoff, stream flow, and then predicted operations. In terms of precipitation, you'll see water year precipitation for last year ended up being almost exactly average by the time the monsoon came through and brought some areas of the basin up to average after a fairly dry spring in some portions. Water year precipitation for this water year, 2022-23, started off October, November kind of dry. December was quite a bit wetter, and then early January quite wet. So you'll see on the right-hand side, as of last Thursday, the month-to-date precipitation for January was really high above average. That'll be dropping as this week dries out, but we had a tremendous series of storms come through and raise the snowpack significantly. It's also been quite cold, so that snow is sticking around. In terms of soil moisture, what we've been fighting for the past couple of years in terms of not seeing runoff get to the streams even when snowpack looks decent has been just tremendously bad soil moisture from 2020 when snowpack looked good early and then there wasn't snow and there wasn't rain through a significant part of the basin for a really long time. And so you'll see the progression from the left, 2020, fall of 2021 to fall of 2022. Soil moisture is still quite a bit below average. And so you will see the projections for runoff continue to be noticeably lower than the snowpack itself, because we're still expecting those dry soils to soak up some of that runoff and have it not make it to the stream. But it is quite a bit of an improvement from 2020. So we're hopeful that it's starting to dig us out of that hole a little bit. In terms of snowpack and runoff on the left, you'll see the snowpack as of last Thursday across not only the upper Colorado Basin, but kind of the entire West. And you see the impact in Western Colorado and Utah of that recent set of storms that came through with all of Western Colorado and Utah being quite a bit above average. As days go on and it gets drier, these numbers are dropping, but they're still quite a bit above average. And on the right, you'll see the snow water equivalent for the year above Lake Powell trending. You can see the effects of those storms, how steep that curve was for now. And then you can imagine from here on out, it could get really dry like it did last year. You can see last year just below that big flattening that we saw through late January, February, March of last year. So folks need to be prepared to plan for continued wet or a sudden drop to really dry or anything in between as they're looking forward. In terms of climate forecasts, what we're seeing for the month of February is equal chances across most of the basin, wetter to the north, drier to the south, but kind of through the upper Colorado Basin, equal chances and a little bit of a signal for cold temperatures continuing into February like we've seen in January. For the seasonal precipitation outlook, March, April, May of 2023, you'll see equal chances across most of the basin, but this dry signal coming up from the south into the lower portions of the basin, the southern part of Colorado, with some above normal temperature signal. In terms of storage, the upper basin storage remains significantly below average. Lake Powell down around 24%. Blue Mesa around 35%, Navajo 52%, Flaming Gorge 69%. Flaming Gorge at this time of year is usually a little bit higher, so you can see the impacts of DROA. And in terms of looking ahead, the January forecast is not particularly significant because it's so early in the snow accumulation season. So we understand that the January snowpack the January forecast is all about the snowpack you see on the ground at the time. You don't know what's going to come February, March, April, the rest of the snowpack season. So these could change a lot. But right now what you'll see, snowpack is well above average. And then the forecast for the reservoirs is right around average, just above or below, depending on where you are in the basin. And so you're continuing to see the impact of that soil moisture. If we continue to stay above average, you'll see average forecasts continue. If it dries out, you'll see something less. Notably, Powell, these forecasts for Powell are about 3 million acre feet higher than they were last year. It's not enough to fill Powell, but at least it looks a little better than where we were standing last year. In terms of Lake Powell, you can see on the left the historic inflows to Powell, and then on the right in red, green, and dark blue, you'll see the minimum, max, and most probable forecasts for Lake Powell inflow for 2023. And you can see the green bar sitting right there on average at this point. You'll note in January, the red and blue bars are really far apart. And then as we continue through the season, they'll shrink towards what we've seen come in February, March, April. And on the right, just a reminder of the releases that we've seen in the last few years. With water year 2022, forecast release 7.48 million acre feet, and then the special operations agreed to, coordinated with the state's reclamation, decided to withhold 480,000 acre feet in Lake Powell. And so that is still sitting in Lake Powell at this time. And for water year 2023, the 24-month study in August of 2022 suggested a release of 7 million acre feet, but that can be adjusted in April, and we'll talk about that in a minute. In terms of drought activities, the upper basin continues to follow its drought contingency plan, which included the drought response operations plan approved last spring for operations May of 2022 through April of 2023, which included increasing the releases from Flaming Gorge an additional 500,000 acre feet. That has been occurring since May. Monitoring and planning for next year is underway, but those plans can't be finalized till April because you really don't know what the runoff into those reservoirs is going to be. And there was an amendment to the plan to include some monthly release pattern changes for Glen Canyon Dam starting now for winter of 2023 to withhold more water in Lake Powell during the winter when it gets its lowest, and hold that until spring runoff hits Lake Powell in the spring, as they did in 2022. So they did make that update to the drought response operations plan. The upper basin continues its activities in weather modification and the demand management feasibility investigations. For the lower basin in Mexico, there was conservation required under the lower basin DCP. Under the 07 guidelines, the lower basin was also for the first time in tier 1 shortage. And the year prior, they had done the 1030 consultation and come up with their 500 plus plan to try to provide additional protections to Lake Mead storage. And then, as I mentioned before, that coordination with Secretary of Interior to modify the Glen Canyon Dam operations for 2022 to protect critical infrastructure at Lake Powell. There was that decrease in release from Lake Powell from 7.48 million acre feet to 7 million acre feet. That withholding of water is operationally neutral. So reclamation is modeling that as if it were sitting in Lake Mead so that it doesn't punish the lower basin states by increasing automatically their shortages. And then the draw releases are to be subject to preserving the benefit and making sure that those draw releases are effective by going down to Lake Powell and continuing to protect the elevation of Lake Powell. More on that in a minute. So here's the graph for the releases from Flaming Gorge and how reclamation is tracking those. Those are ongoing and are on track to have released the full 500,000 acre feet by May. Right now, as of last week, they had released approximately 384,000 acre feet of that. And the total DROA and emergency action releases from Flaming Gorge and Blue Mesa by the time we get to May 2023 will be 661,000 acre feet that have been released from the Upper Basin initial units to help protect the infrastructure at Lake Powell. In terms of the lower basin, you'll see the red arrow indicates that tier 1 shortage that the lower basin was operating under in 2022. And you'll see on the left-hand side, the shortages that are imposed under the interim guidelines and minute 323. So Arizona, Nevada, and Mexico taking shortage under that. And then in the middle, you'll see DCP water savings contributions. So that's the contributions from the lower basin DCP efforts. And again, you'll see Arizona, Nevada, and Mexico contributing there for a total of 613,000 acre feet of protection at Lake Mead. That doesn't all have to be wet water. Sometimes it can be recoloring of water that some of the lower basin states have already conserved and stored in Lake Mead for future use. And then the bluish purple line shows where they're projected to be for 2023. And that's tier 2A shortage. So you'll see tier 2 shortage on the left goes up just a little bit. DCP contributions go up just a little bit. So a little less than 100,000 acre feet more protections to Lake Mead under the 2023 operations. Note that these operations don't stop Lake Mead from falling, they just slow the decline. And so that's part of the reason that the SEIS and these additional measures need to be looked at. And you'll also note California does not begin to contribute under DCP operations until the next line below that. So in 2023, there's no call for California to release any water, save any water under lower basin DCP. In terms of updates to forecasting modeling, not a lot. The modeling team for reclamation is one really hardworking group that split into two pieces that is now working on all of these simultaneous things together. As you can imagine, that's been a heavy burden to try to work on several processes all at once. And so the modeling is falling a little bit behind. So CRSS V6, the updates that we think would better show how things actually work in the upper basin when it's dry and upper basin users are taking more shortages. They're still working on implementing that. That's not available in the public version of CRSS yet. Nor is any modeling to preserve the benefit of the draw water in Lake Powell, sorry. And so when you look at the January 24-month study, you will not see any protection of the draw water to make it effective. And until you do that, the draw water is ineffective at protecting Lake Powell. So the January 24-month study does not yet include any information about how those benefits will be preserved and how things might change to make sure that we're preserving those draw releases and making them effective for their purpose. Here's a quick slide. It's a little bit dated, but just a reminder that under the lower basins 500+ plan, they're still working on trying to get to the 1 million acre feet that they envisioned. And you'll see in some cases in 2022 and particularly projected for 2023, that some of the gains they're making with conservation by some folks is being offset by ICS releases from other folks who came up short in their own water supplies. And this may change with all the wet water in California right now. Those numbers in 2023 might improve, remains to be seen. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Amy.
Thank you. Any questions for Michelle before she walks away from the podium? Michelle, just question, will the DROA releases take place up to the 661 before May? Or like, is that a guaranteed that we will release that amount before May, or is that still sort of in discussion?
Unless everyone came up with a new plan and amended it, they are still on track, and Reclamation still intends to release the full 500 from Flaming Gorge, which would leave us at 661 total by May.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, thank you, Michelle. Amy Ostick, back again. Gosh, my pen. All right, so I am going to give a quick update on implementation of the Upper Division State's 5-point plan. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here because we have two agenda items coming up that really dig into the two where we've really made significant progress. And that includes the System Conservation Pilot Program, as well as the Demand Management Feasibility Investigation. So in terms of the SCPP, the System Conservation Pilot Program, the big news is that that program has been federally reauthorized, also federally funded. So we'll talk a little bit more about what that means for you all going forward and for Colorado water users. Demand Management Feasibility Investigation, the UCRC recently released the long-awaited reports from the interstate components of the investigation. So we'll talk a little bit about that and kind of set the stage for what comes next for you all. Excuse me. So the other kind of point I want to make here before moving on is that one point made in the transmittal letter when the 5-point plan was conveyed was that any actions taken in the upper basin would be ineffective without meaningful action taken in the lower basin. So, you know, we are moving forward with implementing our 5-point plan. We await information about lower basin reductions and uses. But that kind of segues us into the next update I wanted to provide. And Commissioner Mitchell briefly discussed this in her director's report. But right now, the basin states are working collaboratively with the federal government, with the tribal nations in the basin, to try to identify some points of consensus about short-term actions to protect the system. So we are all at the table working on that. And we have a deadline of January 31st, which is coming up very soon. So we are hopeful that we will, as a result of that, come away with some concrete actions from the lower division states in terms of reductions in uses that they plan to take. So I don't want to get into the details of the negotiations, but just want to say that everyone is at the table working together collaboratively, and hopefully we can work something out in that process. So that is really all we have for the agenda item number 8. And I'm happy to take any questions or move right into the System Conservation Pilot Program discussion.
We do have public comment. If there's anyone in the room, we'll take that first. Anyone in the room have any public comment on this agenda item? No? Okay, if you could queue up Ken. Oh, hello. Come on up, Ken Brenner.
Ken Brenner, I'm with the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District and serve on our roundtable. Is there any way you could give us just a little bit more idea what the supplemental environmental impact statement might be able to accomplish in order to address this situation? I mean, I don't know the details are long from firm, but just some sort of an outline.
What I will say is, I think maybe going back to the scope and intent of the supplemental environmental impact statement is really to look at options that might be available outside of the current scope of the 07 guidelines. So I think that when the notice went out, there was mention of releases lower than 7 million acre feet out of Lake Powell, which currently does not have the environmental compliance that would be needed. So really just looking at measures that are beyond the scope of the 07 guidelines that would serve to protect the critical infrastructure at Lakes Powell and Lake Mead. Is there anything to add to that, Commissioner Mitchell, or Attorney General's office folks? No? Okay. Of course.
Thank you. We will move to Ken Curtis, who I believe is joining us virtually.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair and Colorado Water Conservation Board. We've been blessed with enough snow that a lot of shoveling last week, and I think I needed to stay home and work, but I'll see you later this week. My comments are fairly narrow, kind of touching on where Commissioner Tootin put down a challenge to cut water in the system. And we are now in that supplemental EIS phase and potentially looking at releases below 7.0. I was able to send a quick one-page set of ideas to Viola and hope they get shared later when time allows. But I'll just touch on those. We all know the Colorado River Basin is in crisis, as evidenced by our two large reservoirs. I just want to focus on some of the simple water management and accounting as it's looked at by the constituents in the upper basin. The lower basin's always been treated different since compact was signed. They have not accounted for their system losses, nor have we done anything in accounting for the lower basin tributaries adding to their volume of use. Finally, more recent studies have shown there's significant seepage coming out of Lake Powell, adding to their supplies. The Colorado Compact is, and the law of the river is complex, but I'll keep it focused just on these simple, fair accounting methods. With the lower basin sitting below these two large reservoirs, legally within the compact, they've been allowed to use this extra water. Historically, that hasn't harmed any of the other states, particularly the upper basin. But now, since we've seen the drier 21st century, we've seen a problem, and we've tried to address it first via the 2007 interim guidelines and later under the 2019 drought contingency plan. In both cases, these reservoir operations have really been used to benefit the lower basin and allow a soft landing to come into compliance and the realities of the hydrology on the Colorado River Basin. In all instances, the upper basins worked with them, but otherwise has not really gained from these extra releases of the water that was in storage just 22 years ago. So now we've been dealing with our 22 years of regular shortages up here in the upper basin, but we've continued to meet the compact delivery requirements and supply the lower basin even extra in some wet years. Now it appears the lower basin's proposing that we cut an additional 500,000 acre feet of use, and that's our existing uses, and it's likely to come from agriculture and more specifically on the western slope. Well, the Dolores Water Conservancy, like your other water constituents, has been watching this. And we really want to support Colorado and the Upper Colorado River Commission as they have correctly identified this as a lower basin problem. As Amy just stated, upper basin actions are ineffective without lower basin action. So the Bureau is the lower basin water master and really needs to take responsibility for the two, Meade and Powell. That's beyond the scope of Colorado and the upper basin. But I think we all recognize where these problems lay in the simple accounting and math and water use. That's how we see it out here. And we need fair and equal system of accounting before the upper basin starts looking to contribute additional cuts. I wanted to end, and regardless of how our great start to this year's snowpack goes, it doesn't change the current trajectory of the system. With that, I really appreciate all the support Commissioner Mitchell and her team, especially Amy Ostick and Michelle Garrison, have done keeping the Southwest informed. I appreciate Attorney General Weiser and Lane Leoniak for their work protecting Colorado's water supply. And I thank the Colorado Water Conservation Board for supporting Colorado's efforts to adapt to these new changes that we've seen since the turn of the century. With that, we support you and continue to look out for Colorado's interest, and now is not the time for additional cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Director Mitchell, do you have, oh, I'm sorry, Director Hawkins, go ahead.
Thanks, Ken, for joining us. I just want to note that you manage a project that's under as much stress as any of our water users. So you are dealing with this day to day. And like you, I've been shoveling a lot, and I'm hopeful that we'll see some refill of your reservoir this year. That doesn't mean that we are going to have extra water in the Dolores project or the Valley anytime soon. And I just wanted to let the board know Ken leads our Basin Roundtable's Colorado River Committee, and much of what we saw from the Dolores Water Conservancy District largely tracks what I heard from that roundtable discussion. So I think that Ken saved me the trouble of summarizing for you in my director's report. It's always great to hear directly from our water users and leaders. Thanks, Ken.
Thank you, Director Hawkins. Director Mitchell.
Ken, I wanted to thank you for your comments. I think they're incredibly insightful, and I think it's important to recognize the location that Ken is speaking from has been extremely heavy hit with drought. And so when you talk about on the ground response to real-time hydrology and really planning for tomorrow, today, there is no better example than the southwest corner of the state, and really living within the means. And I wanted to also thank you for emphasizing that the secretary is the water master in the lower basin, and therefore there is a responsibility to do what is necessary to protect the entire basin, not just one part of the basin. And I want to make sure that as we look forward in 2023, that we are and our uses are considered equal. And Ken, I wanted to thank you for emphasizing, I think, what we know in Colorado, what we know about what's important and our way of life. And thank you for supporting me, but more importantly, and supporting the work of the CWCB and the staff. But more importantly, it's that we support you.
Thank you, Director Mitchell. Any other comment on this agenda item before we move to agenda item 9?
Madam Chair, if I may just address one part of Ken's comments, which was he referenced the ask of 500,000 acre feet of reductions from the upper division states. And what I want to let you all know is that that number came from a proposal put forward by the Southern Nevada Water Authority in their comment letter on the SEIS process. And I just want to emphasize that we see that as simply a starting point for a discussion, not the end of the discussion. There was plenty there that I think we would not be willing to agree to at this time. So that is not the proposal on the table. We are continuing to have discussions.
Thank you. All right, we'll move ahead. Thanks again, Amy. I guess you're going to stay with us, so you're not going anywhere. Agenda item 9, System Conservation Pilot Program.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, Amy Ostick for agenda item number 9, the System Conservation Pilot Program. So I'm just going to start by explaining what the System Conservation Pilot Program is for those who might not be familiar with it, and then talk a little bit about process and what the next steps are in terms of rolling this program out. So the System Conservation Pilot Program is one component of the Upper Division State's 5-point plan that was produced in response to the Commissioner of Reclamation's call for additional conservation measures. And the idea is temporary voluntary compensated reductions in upper basin consumptive use, specifically to mitigate the impacts of drought in the upper basin states. And that temporary voluntary compensated sounds familiar because it is. We talk about that a lot in the context of demand management. And I want to just really emphasize the distinctions between SCPP and demand management, because I think it's important to keep in mind. SCPP would not come with the same requirements in terms of monitoring, verification, shepherding that water to Powell that a demand management program would entail. Demand management is contemplated in the demand management storage agreement, a legal agreement among the upper division states that really specifically spells out what we would have to do to establish a program. And we're going to talk about that in the next agenda item. That's not the case with a system conservation pilot program. It just would not have the same strict requirements or requirements for agreement among the upper division states. So that being said, I'll also note that it is federally funded by the Inflation Reduction Act, recently reauthorized as part of the omnibus spending bill federally. The other thing I'll note is that this was, as many of you are well aware, this was previously operational. I think it was actually 2015 to 2018, not 2014. And there are reports on the UCRC's website about how that went, lessons learned, things like that, that I'd be very happy to send around to you all that just kind of details what we learned from that process. So just as it was last time, this is being coordinated by the Upper Colorado River Commission with support of a consultant to help us analyze applications as they come in. And I just want to lay out for you what that process looks like at this time. So currently the application deadline is February 1st, which I know is right around the corner. Once the applications are received, the idea is that those would be reviewed by the consultant to help us get an idea of how much conserved consumptive use we'd be looking at, what the monitoring requirements would be. And again, I'll just point a distinction here. Previously, when we did SCPP and how we would envision it this time as well, is you have someone essentially going out to make sure that the field that was committed to be fallowed is being fallowed, not looking at all those molecules of water and where they're going. So the applications would also be reviewed by state staff, UCRC staff, and we anticipate working with the applicant to consider whether there would need to be refinements to the project, and talking to you all as those applications are coming in as well. And then we would come back for formal approval of projects that we want to put forward. We need that approval to protect the historic consumptive use. And we will also be working closely with the conservation districts in which the programs or the projects would be, and seeking their approval as well. And then, it's complicated because the irrigation season, of course, starts at different times across the upper basin. So I think we would anticipate that there would be kind of a rolling timeframe when projects would actually start and when they'd go under contract. So that would be looking at March and April timeframe, but that kind of just depends on what applications we get, and we can't really answer that with certainty yet. So that is the SCPP program. That's how it is intended to work. I know there's been a lot of discussion about the SCPP, a lot of interest and questions. So I would welcome any input, discussion, or questions that you might have about the SCPP at this time.
Thank you, Amy. Director Brody.
Thank you, Amy. So just a quick question, I think as it relates to timing of the process. So, in the 5-point plan, Colorado and others expressed support for the system conservation pilot program. In it being paired with actions by the lower basin to reduce, overall demands on the system. But I'm a little bit concerned about the February 1st deadline when we don't yet know whether the lower basin will be willing and able to come to the table in terms of reducing the demands in the lower basin. Do you have a sense of how that might work? And is there potentially any flexibility on timing of those applications to make sure that any actions that we take are part of an overall and comprehensive approach?
Yeah, thanks, Director Brody. I think that's a really great question. And what I would say is that at the time that the 5-point plan was released and submitted, it was kind of unclear what was going to happen with the basin state discussions. What we now know today is that we have a deadline of January 31st to work collaboratively with the basin states and see if we can come up with a solution. So that puts us in a somewhat awkward situation, as you have identified. I think that the question of whether we could look at extending that deadline would need to be a question for the Upper Colorado River Commission and Commissioner Mitchell, and I would defer to her on whether that is a, potential approach.
Can I take that? Thank you. I think that is definitely an approach that we need to start pushing for. I think hearing the concerns about really making sure that the problem is solved where the problem is occurring first and foremost, which is in the lower basin, is incredibly important. And so I think what I am looking to do leaving this meeting would be really seeing if we can push out that deadline a bit and seeing if we can see what really is going to come out of this SEIS process, and remember that these are suggestions and not commitments at that point. So we still have to get to the real solid commitments of where we go. And that just thinking back to our last agenda item where Ken so eloquently talked about where the problem lies and the effectiveness of the actions that we're taking. I think we have to keep that in mind. And I have always said and will continue to say, anything that we do, the effectiveness of anything that we do is dependent on what happens below Meade. And as we talk about system conservation or DROA or anything, it's only as good as what happens in the lower basin, and the heavy lift needs to be there. And I think really looking at the baseline, that the environmental or the evaporation calculations are the baseline. That's the start of equity. That isn't the finish line. And so I think it's important to remember that. I appreciate those comments. I'm going to take them back. I don't know when I'll have an answer by, but I think it's important to hear this and vocalize the concerns, not just of this board, but all of Colorado to the other basin states, and make sure that those are heard. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. We appreciate that as well. Anything else before we move to public comment? Is there any public comment in the room? Nope. Okay, hang on, I've got a hand up. Okay, what is our signed up public commenter? Mr. Miller, do you have the floor?
My name's Ed Millard. I'm a property owner and water rights owner in Southwest Colorado. I want to read to you a short transcript from John Ensminger from Southern Nevada Water Authority from the CRUA 2018 Lower Basin panel. John's one of the smartest, more experienced and wittiest people in 7 states negotiations. The law of the river isn't carved on stone tablets, right? Just since we sat up here last year, we learned not to disincentivize the upper basin from putting water into Lake Powell, right? We're like the law of the river says, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? They want to put water into Lake Powell. Guess what? Gravity works. Eventually it's coming to us. There's laughter in the room. This is in the big room at Caesars. He says, we need to be flexible, and then grins. In my view, parts of the law of the river are carved in stone, all the parts that favor the lower basin, all the parts that defend the upper basin's states' compact use and entitlement seem to be cast in sand and are being blown away by the winds of political power and crisis. I think Mr. Ensminger was mocking the UCRC and especially James Eklund for ignoring Article 3A in the Colorado Compact and begging the lower basin states to allow the UCRC to take water from upper basin water rights and send it to Lake Powell to eventually be used to ensure that the lower basin states always have water. I want to read to you Article 3A. It's relatively short. It's incredibly important. Most people never look at it. There is hereby a portion from the Colorado River system in perpetuity to the upper basin and to the lower basin, respectively, the exclusive beneficial consumptive use of 7.5 million acre feet of water per annum, which shall include all water necessary for the supply of any rights which may now exist. This section is the heart and soul and primary purpose of the compact to divide the Colorado River equitably between the upper and lower basin. I'm not a lawyer, but I think the term exclusive beneficial use is designed to prevent and discourage the lower basin from buying or taking the upper basin 7.5 million entitlement, which is exactly what's been happening since 1968. 1968 CAP was authorized, and CAP now seems to be in adverse possession of 1.5 million acre feet of the upper basin's unused 7.5 million acre entitlement. Adverse possession means squatter rights. They basically promised they wouldn't take our entitlement, but then they built infrastructure which did exactly that. In 2005 and 2007, Arizona used litigation threats to drain Lake Powell and precipitated today's crisis. In 2018, Upper Basin Demand Management was introduced, which again directed water towards Lake Powell and the lower basin. And now today, since we let this wall crumble, there's at least 4 different plans on the table which are going to take water from the upper basin and send it to Lake Powell in the lower basin. SCPP, Demand Management, the Southern Nevada Water Plan, and DROA. There's a related article, Article 8, all other rights to beneficial use of water of the Colorado system shall be satisfied solely from the water apportioned to that basin in which they are situated. I included in a written comments, there are a couple articles from the Galloway Project in 1985 addressing this exclusive consumptive use. The compact language suggests territorial use limitations. The exclusive consumptive use allowed each basin in the compact is limited to the physical territory of that particular basin. The Colorado River Compact appears to forbid the Galloway Project, which was trying to sell large quantities of water out of the Yampa River to San Diego. I want to bring out another point with Article 3A. Since hedge funds like Water Asset Management don't disclose their investors, it's possible affluent entities in the lower basin are pouring money into WAM to buy out water in the upper basin, especially on the west slope, and send it to the lower basin. If so, they're circumventing and breaching Article 3A and Article 8. To ensure compact compliance, they should be required to disclose and divest lower basin investors or not be allowed to sell water towards the lower basin. It might be an effective anti-speculation measure. Right alongside this concern, I've been raising these issues for years, and I've gotten stony cold silence every time. I have serious concerns about Article 4B. Subject to the provisions of this compact, water of the Colorado River system may be impounded and used for the generation of electrical power, but such impounding and use shall be subservient to the use and consumption of such water for agricultural and domestic purposes and shall not interfere with or prevent the use of such dominant purposes. I know the Bureau is trying to circumvent this with critical infrastructure claims, but I think at this point, it's pretty clear that ag is being relegated to a subservient use and cities and hydropower becoming the dominant use. And I don't think this is appropriate. So I asked some of these questions to Amy last week in the Big River Subcommittee in Southwest, and she deferred to the Attorney General. So that's why I'm coming here today, because again, I've been asking for this for years and I've never gotten an answer. How is it suddenly okay for the Department of Interior Water Master for the lower basin to buy water from upper basin water rights for the benefit of their customers? Junior users in the lower basin like Southern Nevada and CAP who are facing painful shortages. It is effectively the same as Southern Nevada Water Authority and CAP buying upper basin water. So I'm here today to ask that a thorough, proper, and partial legal review be conducted of these compact issues to explain and verify how it's okay to ignore these articles, which are heart, soul, and the whole purpose of the compact, to keep the lower basin from buying or taking upper basin water and protect ag uses as a dominant purpose. I'm hoping that the talented lawyers in our AG's office can explain away my concerns with ease. And in particular, there are 4 different cases that need to be addressed. One of them is SCPP because there's no storage pool. If any water does manage to make it go to Lake Powell, it's going to go to the lower basin immediately. The second case is demand management with the storage pool. There may be a better case for this since the water will be withheld from the lower basin. The Southern Nevada Water Plan with the 500,000 acre feet of demand management, it's not clear if there'd be a storage pool. And then as discussed earlier, the DROA case, I don't think 3 applies to it because it's system water, but it was discussed at our last meeting and maybe this should be raised as well there. Don Schwitt once told me that in the original SCPP program, lower basin cities were going to fund demand management in the upper basin. They were actually listed as buyers in the contract I have, but Don said it was flagged as a violation of 3A and the money may have been laundered through Denver Water. So they were technically buying the water and not lower basin cities. I haven't been able to verify this. Finally, I want to turn to section 603, which is something I started talking about in 2018. In 1968, Wayne Aspinall placed section 603 in the Colorado River Basin Project Act specifically to prevent Central Arizona Project from taking adverse possession of our water. The system was overallocated, and when CAP was built, so his response was 603, which says, rights of the upper basin to the consumptive use of water available to that basin from the Colorado River system under the Colorado River Compact shall not be reduced or prejudiced by any use of such water in the lower basin. That is exactly what's occurring now. It occurred in 2005 when Arizona threatened litigation if they didn't get 9 million acre foot releases from Lake Powell. There's a law review paper that I'm going to link in my written comments. Arizona said releases of 8.23 million acres feet are insufficient to satisfy the 9 million acre feet mainstream water allocations of the lower division states in Mexico, plus the associated evaporation and other losses. It says first, the states agreed that
Mr. Miller, I'm
Yes.
sorry to cut you off. Your
Bad.
comments are extremely important, but you're over the 5 minutes and we do have an extra item on our agenda today. And I did hear you say that you would have written comments to submit as well. I would love for you to submit those to the board and I see that you've signed up for our next item as well. But for agenda item 9, I'm going to ask you to just submit the remainder of your comments in writing if you don't mind.
Oh, that's fine. I wanted to be cut off at 5. I'm not going to comment on the next agenda item. I've spoken enough today. I had the written ones already sent to Viola. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Okay, is there any other public comment on agenda item 9? Seeing none, we will move to agenda item 10, demand management. And thank you, Amy. You can continue here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So agenda item number 10, demand management. I'm going to be tag teaming part of this again with Michelle Garrison. And what we want to update you on today is the reports that have recently come out of the Upper Colorado River Commission's interstate investigation of demand management. And what I really want to emphasize at the outset is that that doesn't mean that the investigation is over. What it means is that there are some new questions teed up for you all to respond to. That report was meant to frame up the remaining issues for the upper division states for consideration and give you an opportunity to consider what else you might need to know before being prepared to make a feasibility determination. So what I would like to do is, generally put the Upper Colorado River Commission work in the context of the decision-making roadmap that you all adopted previously. But first, I just want to start with a really quick overview of where we have been with demand management, because there's a lot. And for those who might not be familiar with the entire history, I just wanted to go over what you've done since 2018, starting with the support and policy statement that was adopted by this board before the DCP was even finalized, kind of outlining the scope of the demand management feasibility investigation and the boards and the state's priorities as you move forward through that. And I think it's always a good place to return to think about kind of what are some of the guiding principles of this work. And then came the 2019 work plan that was really focused on looking at very broad, big picture questions associated with demand management. We had, I believe, 9 work groups that were established, subject matter experts, stakeholders across the state, that volunteered their time to really create a large body of information about the outstanding questions relating to demand management. So that all culminated in a, I think, 200-page report of July 2020, kind of outlining what those work groups were doing, what they were thinking about, you know, and posing some questions, I think, back, but providing a lot of useful information for this board to consider. The step 2 work plan then came after that, and there were 2 key components there. One was it guided staff to create this framework, or kind of a straw man with a range of implementation options for a potential demand management program. The other component of that was ongoing consideration of pilots, recognizing that the board was perhaps not ready to take that step at that time, recognizing that there still might be some outstanding questions that could benefit from demonstration projects or pilots. So where this all kind of led us was to the 2021 decision-making roadmap, and taking into consideration everything that you all had learned and considered throughout the course of all of that work, kind of categorized the questions associated with demand management into 3 groups. The first, is it achievable? Is it technically possible to have a demand management program as contemplated in the storage agreement in Colorado? 2, even if we can do it, should we do it? Is it worthwhile? You know, given all of the information that might come out of that achievability question, you can start to ask the question, well, yeah, we can do it, but should we do it? Does it really make sense? And the final question is advisability. And that's when you kind of take a step back and really think, you know, in the larger Colorado River Basin context, with everything going on, and there's a lot going on right now, is demand management the right tool for this time? So that is the kind of general idea of the decision-making roadmap that you all adopted. And now what I'd like to do is go back to the demand management storage agreement. So we're going to be talking a little bit about what came out of the interstate reports from the UCRC, talking a little bit about the tools that we have available here within Colorado. But you have to think about all this in the context of the storage agreement, because what the storage agreement says is that the upper division states have to reach agreement on all these things as part of the feasibility determination. So before even making a determination, the upper division states have to agree to all these components and how we would do them. So again, what I kind of want to do is combine that with the decision-making roadmap and start thinking through the open questions that would have to be answered by all the upper division states if we want to set up this program, and think about what Colorado might bring to the table in terms of, you know, considering these questions. What are the things that we need to think about for each one of them? What are the tools that we might have available to answer some of those questions? And then, you know, eventually that will turn to a question to the other states of, okay, this might be how we might consider doing this. How would you consider doing it? So that's the storage agreement. And again, when you are reading the reports, when you are considering all of this, it's just really important to go back to that storage agreement, because those are the questions we have to answer to set up a program. So the interstate investigation, the UCRC hired a team of consultants to look at the interstate components of a demand management program and consider the feasibility. But what I want to emphasize first is that the purpose of that report was not to create or to suggest anything in terms of feasibility. It was really designed to provide the states with information about tools available. So it doesn't say, and this is the tool that you should use, and this is how you should set up a demand management program. It just was meant to inform the decision-making process. So what you saw linked in your board packets were 2 things. One, well, a number of things, but in terms of the reports, one kind of comprehensive, meaty report, and another that was kind of just the key findings and a summary of those findings. So I'm not planning to do a deep dive into the big report. We do have Brian and Michelle on hand, who, especially with the technical components of that, I'm sure are happy to answer any questions that you might have. But I did just want to kind of provide an overview of the key findings. So the first one, this will come probably as no surprise, but in terms of verification and accounting of the water conserved, there are a lot of different tools available across the upper basin, and a lot of those are really dependent on the location. some things, again, you all know this, but that would need to be considered is the historic consumptive use and water availability, regardless of what tool you're using. And again, that can be heavily location dependent. Additionally, the consultants looked at evaporation at the initial units. Again, there's some information available, but it is site specific. And also that, evaporation is lower, higher up in the system. Again, something that is pretty logical, something that we're all relatively familiar with. Another point that is made in the report is that, demand management is probably not a silver bullet. It might mitigate some risk associated with the potential compact administration, but whether it is the tool that can solve all the problems, probably not. Again, something that I think this board is pretty familiar with. Economic findings. The consultants looked at potential secondary impacts of a demand management program, and again, found that that's really location specific. It's really dependent on a lot of local factors when you're looking at what potential impacts could come from a demand management program. And also the costs of a demand management program are highly dependent on what the program is, how the program is designed, how it's structured. And that takes you right back to the questions associated with verification and accounting. If you want to set up a super robust program that has really intensive requirements for that, that might cost a bit more money. Finally, there are a couple of legal findings in the report. One is that the upper division states have exclusive rights to the unfilled storage capacity at the initial units. And the upper division states have unique and specific roles in terms of compact compliance. They're the only ones who can fulfill that obligation. And finally, each upper division state has unique laws and rules available to them for purposes of implementing demand management in their state. So with all that in mind, and the reports that have been provided to you, I again want to return to the decision-making roadmap and start to think about how all of this information might fit into the roadmap that you all had previously adopted. And this process was kind of put on hold as you awaited more information from the UCRC. We now have that information. So we're coming to you today to talk about, again, how this can fit within the structure that you have adopted, and also to get your thoughts on appropriate next steps and what we should be considering at this point. But what I want to kind of start us with as we work through this is the very first question that was posed under the achievability analysis, which is monitoring verification. And there was a lot of work done by the work group on this point. This is, I think, a really critical component of any demand management program because we all, again, the upper division states have to agree on how we do this. So it's kind of a threshold type of question of how would we actually achieve that? And what types of agreements would we reach with the other upper division states? And I really want to point out here how this kind of relates directly to the worthwhile question. So it might be that we identify tools that we have available in Colorado that work for us. And Michelle's going to go over some of those tools that might work. But then again, we have to go to the other upper division states and say, hey, how would this work for you? And the analysis of how they would do it might impact how worthwhile Colorado might view a potential demand management program, because that directly impacts the amount of water that is going to get to Powell and the way that we're all accounting for that. So I just wanted to highlight kind of that connection there. And finally, I also just want to, I don't think I need to say this, but there's so much going on the Colorado River right now. So that kind of looming question of advisability, it's meant to be kind of the final question that you would ask when you work through all the other things, but we will continue to update you on the evolving situation, and you can use that information to inform, your evolving view of whether demand management is the appropriate tool at this time, the question of advisability. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Michelle to talk through some of the work that the monitoring and verification work group did and some of the tools that we might have available in Colorado to achieve that component.
Welcome back, Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle Garrison, CWCB staff for the record. And we also have Brian McPherson here to answer any questions that you might need about some of these things that are in his area of expertise. Just really quickly want to run through a reminder of the monitoring and verification interstate investigation that the CWCB undertook quite a while ago. So there was a monitoring and verification work group. Monitoring and verification here meaning monitoring, quantification of conserved consumptive use from a project, and then verification that that water makes it where it is supposed to and does not cause any injury to other water users. So monitoring and verification was one of the demand management work groups that was put together by this board. They met starting in late 2019 through early 2020. It consisted of 14 experts from around the state, including Director Sakata before he joined the board. They held 8 meetings and they put together a couple of really great documents that provided some guidelines for agricultural and Trans Mountain diversion projects and kind of the principles that a successful demand management project would need to follow and how those should be treated. And that included some really nice discussion from some hypothetical scenarios that were put together for different types of agricultural and Trans Mountain diversion projects, and walking through with that group of experts what would be the issues in those different types of scenarios that would have to be addressed for these possible projects to not cause injury and to be acceptable, I think, internally to Colorado. And then from those discussions, we also had a contractor sit in on and listen to some of those discussions and put together some workflow diagrams that kind of followed from those hypotheticals and the discussions that were had about how that process would look if you were looking at projects and trying to understand if the monitoring and verification would be sufficient and if you could actually show conserved consumptive use from a proposed project. So in terms of the agricultural guidelines summary, here you just see the clip from the top, the guiding principles that they thought were important for all possible agricultural projects. That measurement and verification must be honest, accurate, and defensible, protective of other water users. So this key about non-injury to other water users in the system under the Division of Water Resources Administration, key to everything that was discussed in these two work groups, in this work group, sorry, for these two sets of guidelines. And that it must be as simple, easy, and flexible as possible while still meeting the first two principles. Sometimes that's easy, sometimes that's hard, but simplicity when it works. In terms of the guideline summary, it also talked about generally accepted practices derived from Colorado Water Court change case processes. So Colorado has enjoyed for a long time a lot of practice in working on change cases in water court and understanding what it takes to ensure that there's no injury and what it takes to ensure that water being changed, you can actually conserve it. You can look at return flows and everything else that you need to. And then potential practices, maybe new things that are coming along or ideas for something simpler that might or might not work, but might be a little faster and cheaper than some of the tools that have already been accepted and tested in water court change cases. And so some of these potential practices that were identified in the guidelines, it was acknowledged that if you want to go to something simpler like that, you probably also need some safety factors. If it's going to be less accurate, you may have to have some safety factors built in to make sure there's no injury. And some of the key components in that agricultural guidelines included the measurement of water returned to the stream. Water must have been physically and legally available in order to count as conserved consumptive use. That consumptive use analysis, there must be an estimation of historical consumptive use and potential consumptive use of irrigation water. That you need to do something with the residual field consumptive use in terms of a subtraction from the credit. So continued consumption on a field as a result of sub-irrigation, split season fallowing, deficit irrigation, or some of those other conservation activities needs to be subtracted from the total conserved consumptive use. And return flow maintenance, that maintenance of return flows in amount, location, and timing to prevent injury to other water rights holders is really key. Sometimes in some locations, absolutely critical. In other locations, maybe it's a little further downstream that you need to worry about that. But that all of these things were key components of having successful demand management projects from the agricultural sector. And then they put together some hypotheticals with differing configurations of what you might be looking at that were examples from their knowledge of all the different types of agricultural use that we see in Colorado. And so here's just one example. There's a scenario that describes what we're looking at in terms of size, location, water supply, and other things. And what the project might look like that's trying to conserve consumptive use. And then that was followed with a list of considerations and questions. And so here you'll see just the first couple of questions from scenario one of those hypotheticals to understand the types of questions that might need to be answered before you could move forward on an agricultural project. So talking about how are you going to quantify your saved direct flow water? Are you going to bypass the head gate? What are you going to do? And are there return flow concerns from this location? Are just two of the many questions that came up in these agricultural hypotheticals. Similarly, they put together some guidelines for Trans Mountain diversions. The guiding principles are the same with one addition. And so in addition to it needing to be honest, accurate, defensible, protective of other water users, simple, easy, and as flexible as possible, while still meeting the other principles. There's also number 3. Anytime you're talking about projects that have access to storage, and particularly the more complicated those systems get, if they've got tunnels plus storage on the east slope, plus storage on the west slope, some way of understanding that conserved consumptive use actually resulted in added water to the Colorado River system and not just some sort of retiming of some piece of that system. And so again, you'll see the guideline summary talking about some really important pieces: measurement of the water return to the stream. How are you going to look at reductions in Trans Mountain deliveries and what that does different than what would have occurred without this participation as a demand management project. And kind of broken into a couple of different pieces, which we'll see in the scenarios. What does it look like if it's a Trans Mountain that has a direct flow component, and are they foregoing diversions with no retiming, or do they have some west slope and east slope storage? And how do you look through some of their accounting to understand where the benefit to the Colorado River system is? So here you see 3 examples of some of the scenarios for the Trans Mountains. They started with the simplest, which is scenario 1, a direct ditch or tunnel from the west slope to the east slope without storage, and how you would forego those diversions, how you demonstrate that that was added water to the system, and then a long list of consideration and questions for that. And then over on the right-hand side, you'll see some of the more complicated scenarios that were put together for discussion, where there's a west slope reservoir, there's tunnels, there's direct flow right, priority dates, and a couple different ways to consider what a conserved consumptive use project might look like, whether that's not storing water that could have been stored, whether it's foregoing diversions to the tunnel or something different. And again, what would you need to do in a system that complicated to be able to demonstrate that there's some conserved consumptive use occurring there? And then from there, from those great discussions from the hypotheticals, then the contractor was able to put together a set of workflow diagrams based on that discussion that kind of look through what it would take to look at these possible types of projects and work through all the information you need to understand to get through whether or not it would conserve consumptive use, whether or not that would be administrable, whether or not you could make sure you do it in a way that there's no injury. And the way they do it in these 2 graphics, there's one on the left and one on the right, and I don't expect you to be able to read any of that. But on the left, SGM had kind of put it together for us so that if you were thinking about a long-term program, you could have an initial look at folks that were possibly interested and look at their systems and understand them, the key components of them, to understand if you thought in general it would be feasible for them to put something together that would result in conserved consumptive use, that would be administrable, that would not cause injury, and accept them into the program. And then on the right-hand side, then looking at actual projects they might want to do in any particular year, specific actions they might want to take in terms of fallowing or other things, and looking all the way through all the different pieces of information you would need to be able to look at that consumptive use, that system, return flows, on all the different things that need to be considered. And so you kind of see these two different workflow diagrams here, and they put together a similar one for Trans Mountain diversions. Same concept, that if it was a long-term program, you might do it in two pieces. One, a general look for folks that were interested to see if that looked like it would work. And then on the right-hand side, the much more detailed one for a particular year to understand that system in detail, what it would take to ensure actual conserved consumptive use, showing that it's not just a retiming or a reworking of where the water is in their system, but actually a benefit to the Colorado River system with no injury to other water users. So those were the types of things that were put together and shared with the board previously. And so after that, of course, I think staff felt like the monitoring and verification work group and the consultant had done an excellent job of putting all that information together for the board to consider. And then we were kind of waiting to hear more from this interstate discussion. And so as we're starting to see the results come out of the interstate discussions, we have some conclusions here, things we've been waiting to hear from. And so from the top and things we knew going into the monitoring and verification work group, it was very clear talking to those folks that understand it. Colorado has quite a few existing tools in terms of looking at conserved consumptive use and moving that water to some other place as part of a change case and other things. There are a lot of tools available. Some a little simpler, some much more complicated. Some of them are used primarily on the east slope, where return flows matter quite a bit in every location on every single day, every minute. And so some of those things that are used on the east slope to ensure that the return flow timing and amount is covered, those can be expensive to implement, but they do work. You haven't seen as many of them on the west slope, but there are those tools. And there are some other tools that are a little simpler. But Colorado has those tools. Colorado has seen those tools work. And so I think we're pretty comfortable in terms of whether or not monitoring and verification could be achieved in Colorado, that the answer is yes. Now, some of those tools are different than what the
Michelle,
other states might have available. Yes.
I'm sorry, we are way behind schedule. Can you help me understand how much more time you're looking to use?
This is the last slide.
Awesome.
Here,
Thank you.
And Amy has a couple, just something very short.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yep. And so the process that Colorado has and the tools they have available are specific to Colorado. The other states do not have identical tools. They may have some tools available to them. They have less administration in general, not in every location, but in general. So they have not developed all the same tools. They don't have the same water court process. And so I think one way we're thinking of looking going forward as the tie between the interstate investigation that was already done and the interstate investigation is whether or not those guiding documents that were put together and the other information that we have kind of set a standard that we could look to understand what it would take to get that same type of monitoring and verification work from the other states. And so it's not that we would expect anybody else to adopt all the Colorado processes, but certainly kind of a standard set by those M&V principles and guiding documents. And some of the unknowns when we're looking at bigger picture whole and basin are the utilization of the remote sensing tools. Those are newer. They continue to evolve. As the UCRC has indicated, it might be a really good tool for overall consumptive use across the entire basin as a really large tool. But one of the big issues with that is that it is agnostic to water supply. And I think water supply and return flows are a key component of the way it works in Colorado and ensuring that you're not injuring other water users. So I think it remains to be seen how those tools could be used in terms of conserved consumptive use and not just total consumptive use. And that means that pilots to consider some of these components may be key for some of these new tools. And in general, then that, again, the interstate process really may put a lot of emphasis on remote sensing, which is untested. Colorado has not used that. The other states may have used it for some purposes, but not for conserved consumptive use. And so as we look forward, I think there will be that question, achievable in Colorado. And then what does that mean in terms of interstate? And with that, I will hand it back to Amy.
Thanks, Michelle. So I just have one more slide and really just wanted to use it to tee up a question, a few questions for you all, which is essentially, what do you view as the appropriate next steps here? I think what Michelle has really highlighted is that we do have tools available to us to achieve the monitoring and verification components of a program. If you have any questions about those, Michelle is of course available to answer them. But I think the question is really, are we at a point where we're prepared to would you advise that we start engaging with the other upper division states on how those tools might differ in their states? Just start to have a conversation about that, since we would have to reach agreement on it if we are to move forward with the program. And we can come back to you all and report on what we learned from those conversations. And I want to be very clear that that would not mean that, it's setting up an advisability or a feasibility decision, imminently. Just means that we're starting the discussion of what a program might potentially look like, which will give you the tools that you might need to consider whether it makes sense for Colorado, whether it's worthwhile for Colorado. A couple other points I want to make here, and I just, again, pulled the components of the storage agreement that would require agreement and put them on the screen with a few thoughts under each. Recognizing that an upper division demand management program would need to be to work within the laws of each of the upper division states. I know that you have had some briefings from the Attorney General's office, but are there any outstanding questions there that you would like us to consider? So that, kind of sums up where we are right now, just seeking guidance on whether you are comfortable with us, whether you want us to start having those discussions around the technical things that Michelle was talking about with the other upper division states, whether there are other outstanding questions that you have for us, and how you'd like to proceed, really.
Thank you. Are there questions for Michelle? Or, yep, go ahead, Director Brody. Oh, I didn't see his hand. Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair,
Okay.
Director Brody. Amy, where are staff at as far as remote sensing work, working with OpenET? Are we experts at this point? Is Brian playing OpenET all day?
I'm going to let Michelle take that one.
No, unfortunately, we've got Brian working on a whole bunch of other things too, but yes, there are some staff trying to stay up to speed and monitor all those changes. OpenET is evolving still. And so we are trying to keep track of some of those changes. And we also intend, I think, during this round of system conservation pilot program to be looking at the differences between what was done in 2014 to 2018 using Colorado's own tools to look at conserved consumptive use and the estimates we might be getting out of OpenET and EE metrics, so we understand those better.
So I'm continually fascinated at, we're looking at that still with OpenET from the 2020 project, and the nuances and like the subtleties of that are so critical. And I think that from everything that I've heard, I would encourage us as a state to stay in the game and in conversation about how we're going to use remote sensing as a tool, because I think it's very critical. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Director Boucher, one thing that you made, that your comment made me think about that I also meant to say is that we do potentially have the opportunity to use the system conservation pilot program to look at some open questions that you all might still have. Or, you know, if you would be interested in pursuing other federal funds that might be available for other types of, you know, demonstration pilot projects, that's also an open question. So that's another thing that we, you know, would seek your guidance on, whether that's something you'd like to consider at this time.
Director Brody.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know we've talked about a few distinct but somewhat overlapping concepts or programs or opportunities, one being system conservation pilot program, the second being demand management. We've also talked, you know, at prior meetings about a Colorado resiliency toolkit, which could expand certainly beyond the Colorado River Basin, but would be more of a kind of intrastate approach. I guess I'm wondering, you know, are there any elements that are maybe higher priority because they might advance our understanding or our opportunities in maybe more than one bucket? And a second question with regard to demand management specifically, that can only happen if all of the upper basin states are in agreement. And, you know, without kind of going down the technical path, do you have a sense of, as the threshold matter, are the other states interested in pursuing it at this time?
There is a lot there, Director Brody. I'm going to try to take these in turn. I think the first question you asked was, are there maybe opportunities to consider, you know, in some way, some of the remaining open questions? And one thing that really comes to mind for me in terms of data gaps is environmental considerations. So, you know, what we found with the literature review was that there weren't really a lot of test projects for environmental considerations. So that's one example of something that we could maybe would want to target, just to give us some information. I think that's something that could, you know, and going back to the drought resilience toolkit concept that really kind of lives in the water plan update now. Are there opportunities to work with Russ's team to look at, you know, water plan grants or anything else that might help further a few different goals there? Sure, I think that's definitely a possibility and something we should consider, and something I'll continue to work with Russ and his team on. Second question, where do the other upper division states stand? And that's, I think, a complicated question right now. I think we've heard Utah kind of go on record and say that they very much support moving forward with a demand management program at this time. We've heard a little bit of support from New Mexico as well. But, you know, in our minds, the fact still remains that we have to reach agreement on these things before we can set up a program. So we feel that if the upper division states want to move forward with that discussion, these are the discussions we have to have first. The stuff that Michelle just talked about, we have to talk with technical staff in the other states about how that would actually work. So although I think that there are in some cases, some states wanting to move forward, we're really trying to focus on the nuts and bolts of what we would need to do and what we need to understand to make that decision.
Thank you. Yep, follow up.
So just in follow up to that, and the reason sort of my two questions are linked is that I wonder if it makes sense for us as a board to really focus on those things that would, at a minimum, advance the Colorado Water Plan should the board approve it tomorrow. You know, alongside that, if there are questions that need to be explored with the other states, or if there are actions that the states need to take in conjunction, we can consider those as well, assuming there's a willingness or an eagerness to move forward. But at a minimum, if we're working on advancing the water plan goals, it's not wasted energy or wasted time on the part of our participants.
Yeah, Director Brody, I think that makes a lot of sense. And, you know, we could go ahead and move forward with having some informal discussions with the other states on, you know, how do you think you would do this, and reporting back to you in the meantime. And that doesn't commit you to anything. It just gives you more information to make that decision. So I think all those things that you said can move forward and further the board's goals, regardless of whether demand management happens.
Director Hawkins.
So I heard you had some questions for the board. Are you ready for our input or just questions?
I'm ready for input.
All right, it's late in the day. I'm just gonna jump in. Yes, in my opinion, it's time for you all to be having technical discussions with the other upper basin states. And when I say that, I'm not only interested in what they think about demand management, but what they think about the tools that we're going to need to protect the upper basin from aridification. So if there's some element of demand management that just isn't going to work, I think that's really useful information for the board and for the commissioner to have. So please get a sense of, what is it that we're going to need to protect the upper basin moving into the future, looking at the hydrology. I think that it might be helpful for this board to see the work that's been done on the environmental considerations. That hasn't been brought back for a while. I think that might be useful. And then to the extent that we're going to consider doing pilot projects, I think there's a lot to learn. I would echo that we should keep those focused on projects that are good for Colorado and align with our water plan first. But I also think that there's some things that need to be tested in addition to remote sensing versus the kind of verification that we've talked about. How are we going to protect against anti-speculation? What are the secondary economic impacts in different parts of the state? What are the environmental impacts, good or bad, of these projects? So I think there's a lot of things. And I would say if we're going to stand up any kind of pilot program, I want to see participation from different sectors if there is voluntary participation. I think we need to look at municipal and industrial participation and how that's really going to work. I am really interested in what we're hearing from the two tribes in Colorado as to whether they want to participate or whether they feel like the program just won't work for them. And I think we need to look at the complexity around storage participation. So I think there's a lot to look at there. And I think my message is let's be smart if we're going to do pilots. And again, reiterating, let's make sure that if we're doing pilots, that they're aligning with our water plan and doing good things within the state of Colorado for now.
I took furious notes. Thank you for the input.
Other comments? Okay. How do you feel about the input you've received?
It's very helpful. I think we have a clear direction on some next steps that we can get started on and report back to you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to agenda item 11. And Kara, you're up. 2023 Species Conservation Trust Fund eligibility list approval.
Hi, thank you, Kara Shiel, CWCB staff for the record. This is agenda item 11, 2023 Species Conservation Trust Fund eligibility list approval. This is an action item and I can keep this brief, but just to provide you with a little bit of a reminder, this fund is really important for our recovery programs and to support other activities related to the recovery of protected species. So each year, the DNR's Executive Director's Office requests recommendations from CWCB staff and board for projects that would be eligible to receive Species Conservation Trust Fund funding. And if approved by the board, then this list will go to the General Assembly for their review and approval. So this year, the Executive Director's Office will be proposing a recommendation to the General Assembly to approve the expenditure of up to $5 million from the Species Conservation Trust Fund. $500,000 of that will be used to renew funding for Endangered Species Act litigation support. Then the remaining funds will be split between CPW and CWCB, with CWCB potentially receiving up to $2.25 million. This year, staff's recommendations for the expenditure of that $2.25 million are, as you see on your screen and in your memo, to allocate that between two projects that the board is fairly familiar with. One minor thing I just wanted to note is that if the full 2.25 million is not available, staff has recommended that the selenium management program receive its full 50,000 to continue their monitoring efforts this year, and the reduction would come from the Upper Colorado and San Juan recovery programs. So with that, the staff recommendation is on the screen, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Kara? Okay, seeing none. Do I have a motion? Director Hawkins?
I'd move staff recommendation and just note the importance of the San Juan recovery program to my basin.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second? Director Boucher, thank you. I'd like to note the importance of the program to my basin as well, since we're doing that. Paul, do you have anything to say? Okay, Steve, oh, is not here. Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second on staff recommendation for agenda item 11. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Motion carries. Thank you, Kara.
Thank you.
All right, one last item here before we recess, and that is consent agenda item 3, WSRF guidelines. And good afternoon, Russ.
Afternoon, Russ Sands, CWCB staff for the record, and I think our slides are coming up here. So I'll just say first, since I've got a minute, thanks Director Sakata for pulling this off. There has been some discussion around this, and to be clear, and I think first up on my slides is that we're not changing anything. We were trying to clarify a few things, and in the clarification, realized there was some additional confusion. So it's nice to have the opportunity to set that straight on the record, and also want to thank River District, Amy and Raquel were really great to work with. They kind of pointed out some confusion and discussion. And then we also worked a lot with the Gunnison Basin specifically, and want to thank Joanne and Tom Alvey and Wendell for their support and kind of somewhat painful email thread. We went back and forth, but I think we ultimately got there and are on the same page now, at least in what we're trying to streamline the language and what we're saying. So I will just get into it real quick. I just put together 2 quick slides. I know we're past time here for the day, but our whole goal again is just to clarify language that we approved for the WSRF criterion guidelines, not change anything in the underlying math. I think there were some concerns that we were doing this, but rather the issue was that at least one application that came through alerted us to a lack of clarity, because we got one interpretation from one of the basins that they were only to provide a 2.5% match, and that would really set up a dynamic where one basin that's well organized could really sweep all of the funds in statewide, which was not our intent at all. So in trying to clarify that, we also realized that there was just some, maybe basins weren't clear on how long they had to spend funds down by. So those were the first 2 things we were really just trying to clarify. And then due to, and in running this by that kind of subcommittee, due to some confusion on the term total project cost and what that referred to, we tried to add in a footnote that clarified that. And that's where we ended up kind of getting into even a deeper level as we pulled back the onion layers on what that truly meant. And to be clear, if this is a part of a larger project, if you have $1 million project, but you're just requesting funds on one piece of that, which I am learning more and more is maybe more often the case in the Gunnison Basin than perhaps we see with other basins. We were just talking about putting that portion of funding in for the WSRF that is really what's being requested, right? So if somebody's putting in a much larger match request, that may not make sense in the context of just the funds they're asking for. That may be thinking about the full project, and certainly we want to know that, but that's not what we're trying to get at. So our key pieces here, just to kind of summarize, we wanted to reduce applicant confusion, clear language. We're also providing a calculator. And I want to thank Director Sakata for kind of giving us some refinement. I think in the board packet, we maybe didn't link the working version of that. It was just kind of a view only. So we've played around with that. We'll put a kind of the most clear version of that we can online. We are trying to align our portal calculations. So the way that we're doing this is in line with that same formula that we have for water plan grants in terms of the total match request plus any funds being requested all add up to the total grant, total project cost. We are trying to preserve statewide funds, so we recognize that this opportunity, and by kind of lowering the ask and bringing back statewide, we obviously want people to spend money. We just want it to be there, hopefully for a little while. When we sold this, we thought this was about 10 years of funding, so we certainly didn't expect that it could all go in 1 year. And if it goes more quickly and great projects are coming, that's a good thing. But hopefully it's there for a few years that several basins can have a bite at the apple. We are trying to drive people to the roundtables. I had some really good conversations early on with the Rio. I remember Nathan Coombs a lot talking about just the importance of getting people to come to the roundtable. So this lower match request for the applicant match, the 15% requirement, really allows, I think, a point of access and equity to perhaps new voices and people we haven't seen before, smaller NGOs, BIPOC community, or agriculture that maybe is struggling for funding a higher dollar amount. And it creates, an incentive for people to go to the roundtables. We are still keeping that 10% contribution, and there was maybe some discussion around, are we doing it the same way we've always done it? Well, we're doing a few things differently. That 10% contribution has always been historically the piece. I think what we uncovered more in conversations with the Gunnison is 10% of what, right? And we're making clear that that's 10% of the total project cost. But in the past, we may not have known the total project cost, or that could have been based off of the statewide match. So in that light, perhaps this is a change, but not a change from what we approved back in November, just a change to maybe how it was historically done. Our goal is to move projects forward. So we're trying to also spend money. So there is a dynamic in here with a 15% applicant match. If the applicant brings more than 15%, let's say they bring 100,000, for every 10,000 the applicant brings, that results in another $1,000 that the basin would put in. So if the applicant brings 100,000 additional in match, the basin would kick in another 10,000. Historically, we have seen that in that 10% match, basins almost never funded the minimum. So dollar per dollar, I think we're going to be in that same pocket. And I don't think that that's actually going to be an issue. But again, if you're writing down $900,000 of match, that's probably not the place to put it. And it probably isn't applicable to a $200,000 grant you're trying to get, right? But we do have a place in the narrative where we can take that additional information. But with the new basin caps in place, that additional spending, if there is any over historic, would probably be helpful. So to get effectively, just to keep it simple, you need to spend about $300,000 a year to get $300,000 a year. Typically, basins have on average spent closer to $267,000 over the kind of life of the program. So some spent more, some have spent less, but I don't think anything in here is really fundamentally changing dollars spent or what the basin would have to contribute. But I do appreciate the opportunity just to kind of make that all clear and a part of the record. We've gone around to every roundtable but the Colorado, which is coming up soon. And the Gunnison is really the only one that we've really dug into this, but I know that Director Sakata passed on that some examples would be helpful to some of the basins. So in addition to the calculator, I think we could put up a FAQ or a little example of just one or two projects that might help step through that. So I hope that helps. And Director Sakata, I didn't know if that frames up what you wanted me to address.
Director Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thanks, Russ. Sorry to make you stay to the end of the day today after all your hard work. But I do appreciate, and so we're looking at just approving those comments that you added to the bottom of the pages. Essentially, that's what you're looking for.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that was great. I like how you framed that how you can adjust the total project costs for just the area that this project is directed at. I think that may help people in some areas as well. So like I said, I know in the South Platte Basin, there was some confusion and they would like some numbers, and I listened in on the Gunnison and they were very confused. So I appreciate you taking the time to spend with me over the weekend on this and then today clarifying it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agreed. That was a question that I had gotten to, so the clarification is appreciated there. Anyone else? Oh, Director Dutton.
Thanks, Russ, for the presentation. And, Russ and Sam and the rest of the team spent some time with me on this too, because I was messing around with the calculator and seeing if I could game the system. And so we had a pretty helpful call. And Russ and I were talking about this yesterday. Geez, Friday, who
Friday.
knows? It's a time warp.
Blends
We
together.
were talking about this as well, and I think it is helpful to think about, we're just talking about the portion of the project that is getting grant funding and the match related to that. But there is this, oh geez, late in the day place. I don't know. There's a need or a desire by our applicants to be able to show that they are doing larger projects and they are bringing match. And I appreciate, the initial concern, Director Sakata, of, well, are we penalizing people for bringing in huge amounts of match? And so we did discuss something, adding to the narrative to where people can say, this is phase whatever, but it's part of this larger project. And so, yes, it's a $100,000 project, but it's part of this greater $2 million effort. And so then we can have that discussion and be like, that's awesome, thanks. And so, yeah, I think Russ is going to carry that forward, and, just appreciate you guys trying to think about how can we get funding out the door and help, get the water plan moving and do these really important projects. So thanks.
All right, well, with that, we have, we would need a motion in order to really signify our desire for this to move forward. Director Boucher,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to approve staff recommendation on agenda item,
consent.
consent agenda item 3. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
sorry.
Director Anderson with the second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Motion carries. Thank you so much, Russ. We are now in recess.